Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the internet and of YouTube. Welcome back to Final Fantasy Chronicles of Eno. My thing is off-center. There we go. And I am your host and game master, as always, Skajarmas, otherwise known as Tone Shift. With me today, we have our full cast of players. We have Tom117Z playing Rosa Solwyn, our female Elvon Mithra Watcher.
Rosa Solwyn is not here to take your call emotionally. Do you want to leave a message?
Please leave your message after the scream. Ah! We have Mystic playing Aeon, our male Moogle Time Mage.
I miss my glow stick.
Aww. Sad Aeon noises.
Already.
My heart is already melting.
Of course it is. Sooner or later, I'm going to become desensitized to that noise, but it is not today. We have Hades Shadow 92 playing Cassandra, our female human dragoon.
I learn everyone's secrets.
Yeah, you kind of do, don't you? We have Darkness playing Kunara, our female Lupin warrior.
Greetings all.
And last but not least, we have Ari playing Kayana, our female Tarufel engineer.
What's up?
Okay. So,
I'm
bitch.
chill right now.
Oh, I can see that. How was your job in Japan? About 99.9% done. Sup, bitch.
Let's throw a random Alucard in there. So why not?
I watched the clip last night, and it's still fresh in my head. It was like right before I went to bed. Anyway, so...
I still love it.
So, where last we left off, the Freebirds had found themselves entangled in a remarkably elaborate abduction scheme that had taken place in the city of Windurst, orchestrated by groups unknown, headed by an individual named Claudian, and perpetrated as the man on the ground with boots on the ground, Solus, with various individuals abducted from a recent festival. Individuals new to the city who would not be missed. The Freebirds have teamed up with the City Watch of Windurst and even one of the ships that patrols the waters outside the bustling port town, and have set off to corner this group of kidnappers and slavers in their abode in an old abandoned fortress from the days that predated the Amber Tide. With the rising of the sun, the contact of the slavers came pouring in, a merchant vessel operating under the eyes of its own law from the distant nation of Mikias. And with their arrival, the naval vessel you have been lent for this operation began its attack, and you began your infiltration. After a brutal battle on the exterior, you managed to work your way inside, after a few weird hiccups and a weird magic misfire from Aeon. There was a scuffle in the hallways with some enemies who had parked themselves in a position to ambush you. But following that, one of those enemies wound up falling to Rosa's bow and arrow, leaving her in a stricken and traumatized state. After taking the necessary minutes to catch everyone's breath, recover, and try to get Rosa in a headspace to focus through... After taking the necessary minutes to focus up and get Rosa in a mindset to continue, you reconvened once more in the halls of this fort. And it is upon that note, as you are reconvening outside that door, that we shall resume. So, Freebirds, don't forget our current location is way down. But you stand before a doorway in the corridor, closed, and with the light of a torch shining from the wall to give you some faint illumination. How do you wish to proceed?
Rosa is still just standing there, holding her bow, hair over her eyes, can't see them.
Okay.
Well then.
Darkness, you can unmute.
He probably is doing. If it's either his mother or is he doing something?
I don't know.
Feck.
Hold on.
No darkness, our old friend.
Come back or Aeon will pet you again.
Kuna, wake up!
Kuna, wake up! Slap!
Wait, Aeon! He's not here, so he can't resist to reject.
Oh no!
Pet, 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 pet.
I don't think I have the said magic to do said thing that you wish. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not wasting magic on this.
He just
little...
comes back and...
I've already ejected her down to the ground. I'm good.
Oh,
I like the thought of Douglas coming back and just Kanara just hanging from the roof with like a head in ceiling like a cartoon character.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Kuna, do you see anything up there?
Pain.
Oh my gosh.
No.
I don't know if he's gonna answer or is he gonna stay quiet.
I'm back. Sorry
There
for
you
that.
are.
Hello,
What
hello,
happened?
Darkness. Your character definitely isn't through the roof head first.
Wait, what happened?
Nothing. He's
Nothing.
joking.
I was
Watch
gonna
the
say,
video.
the last time I checked, we were by the door.
Watch the video
Yeah,
when
I
it
will.
comes out and you will have context. Anyway.
We are by the door. Now.
Oh,
That's gonna be a couple months from now.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, it's so fluffy.
Then you are totally not gonna be petted.
Oh, best not like now.
Rejected.
Ear scratches.
Now
Anyway.
would. Yeah.
So it's safe to assume everybody in the fortress knows we're here, right?
Probably.
Well, that was more to the group.
I mean, that was Tiamat responding.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Voices! What are they?
I'm sorry. The way you said that made it more just sound like you saying it, not Tia.
Okay, how about this? Probably.
There you go.
Hello.
There you go.
I'm a happy boy.
Oh my god.
I am
So-
happiness surrounded by sorrow.
So is it safe to assume that stealth probably is kind of pointless at this point?
You don't know how to do stealth, Sandra.
I know how to stealth.
All you do is jump into battle, Koopa.
All the time. Anyway, Kuna,
Mm.
bad door.
I'm going to choose to ignore what you just said. But yeah. Besides that, you do bring up some points. Stealth is definitely out of the question. If they haven't heard what has gone on in this hallway, then... Well,
I mean, we did slaughter pretty much everybody in there, and everybody who escaped has probably already spread the word by now. And we need to get
Yes,
the hostages
which-
before they do anything stupid, so we need to go. Cassandra kicks in the door.
Okay. Make a force check.
yeah, plus Kanala is there.
Final boss of every D&D campaign. Doors.
All I ask
13.
that you be careful.
Okay, so it is a thick, sturdy wooden door with iron reinforcements, but it is also over 100 years old. So as you lift up your armor-plated boot and drive it forward with a little grunt of effort, it caves in under the pressure of your boot effortlessly, just and just sort of folds in and falls forward, sort of splitting in half down the middle, but doesn't topple all the way. It kind of falls halfway and then sort of crunches to a odd halt, like halfway down. It looks like something stopped its descent.
Do I see anything?
Make an awareness check.
Hey, hon.
Yes.
You done dealing with the doors from 4? I feel like that.
Don't remind me. To Skadarma and Tom, who have played through Final Fantasy IV, do you remember the dungeon where Every single door was a monster.
Yes.
To get the last crystal.
Yes.
It pissed him off.
I mean, I
He's fine.
played 4-2 back in the day. Which is why I'm just finding it
As
just
I was
fucking funny. How did I not come across memes of that?
Okay.
Or-
All right, so you only needed a 5. This is a very easy check. You sort of lean forward a bit, sort of nudge Kanara back a bit to get a better look, and you poke your head in, and it looks as though there were, like, it looks like barrels and boxes were placed in front of this door to try and bar your passage. If you were to make a guess, you would theorize that maybe those individuals who fled through the main entrance up north probably heard your scuffle with the people in that hallway and placed something there to try and slow you down.
Can I push them all out of the way?
Make another force check.
Are there people in there?
With that
Do I
12,
see
with that
any-
12, Cassandra didn't hear anyone.
11.
It takes you a bit, but yes, like these again. These are old barrels and crates. So after a couple seconds, you manage to sort of push it, and it all sort of the barrels sort of topple over with this cacophony as one of them sort of rolls way back to sort of thump against the far wall. That was the wrong key, but fuck it, might as well just reveal the whole room now. So what you are greeted to, as the barrels are pushed out of your way, is it appears to be some sort of... It almost looks like a lobby of some description. Open doors, or not open doors, but there is a door on the left side, right side, excuse me, right there. And directly across from you, there is another door set into the far wall. And as you sort of step into the room, it opens off to the left, where you can see an abandoned stool and a wider table sort of pressed up against the door that you know leads to that little cubby that you saw the archer and his friend withdraw into a couple sessions back. There is a single torch sort of center of the right-hand wall, casting orange light over everything, flickering and crackling softly. There's a thin layer of heavily disturbed dust all over things. You can see places where the dust has been displaced by things sliding and scraping along. And plenty of footprints sort of scattering all over the place.
Okay. Walking into the room.
As impressive as it was kicking down that door, I advise in future you be more cautious.
Does it look like either of these two doors has seen a lot of traffic through it in the last 10 minutes? Like most footprints converging on one, displaced dust or left ajar, anything like that?
Okay, for tracking like that, nature check.
Oh, I'm good at that.
So
I
you
would
are.
be better if Fluffy was here.
Come on, kitty, let's go.
That kitty is looking with focused eyes.
And
Oh, that's good. 13.
13. Okay, so you were trying to see if there were any particular footprints sort of congregating in any particular direction?
Yeah, like which door did they all run through?
It's kind of hard to pick that out with any sort of certainty, given how much the dust has been kicked up and swirled around. But if nothing else, it looks like the most recent disturbances were occurring by the door on the northern end of the room.
Oh, okay.
Well, Rosa kind of just looks around, doesn't say anything, but just kind of points towards that door.
And Cassandra goes sit. Is it closed?
It is indeed. You knocking?
Yes.
Hey, what was the first time we did
Did
it?
you not hear what I just said to you, Cassandra?
This is the person that said Marco Polo.
Do I get an answer?
I swear to God.
Polo.
Hang on.
Honey, I swear to God, if you put us in danger, as soon as I see you, I'm gonna hit you on the backside of the head.
I am. I'm somewhat surprised Cassandra's doing this, considering recent events. You know.
All right, so
I swear.
There's no like,
Wait.
there's no response that sort of comes directed to you. But after you knock, you kind of put your ear up to the door for a second, and you hear on the other side, "What the fuck are they doing? Shut up!"
You say pizza delivery.
I wasn't thinking it.
You just see what, like, a small clump of Rosa's hair part and just a very deadpan eye staring at Cassandra.
Like the grumpy cat.
Yeah.
Here's what she does. She goes right up. She goes right up to the door. Is like, "Hello."
Rosa's taking out an arrow and aiming it at the door.
Get out the
Get out of the way.
Sandra, just move.
Mama Wolf's not in the mood for this.
She pouts and just.
Okay,
moves over here.
roll a 4 and a 6. Check. Would it be forced to hit the door?
To break the door down instead of opening it? Yes.
Does 14 do it?
Verily, it is again a century-old door. So you kind of pop your neck a couple times, crack your knuckles, and you can kind of feel the armor plates sort of snapping back into alignment a little bit after they are sort of misaligned from all the fighting. And just pitch back and punch the door, and it does much the same thing as before, including getting stuck on something that was put there to bar your way. That said, it does fall far enough for you to see into the corridor beyond. And as the thing falls, you see that on the far end of this corridor, which is partially collapsed on either side, there's another reinforced door at the other end. And at that far end, you see another individual, this one looking to be Elvon, with an arrow drawn. And the second he sees you, foink, looses it.
I mean, Rosa was also ready to with an arrow drawn.
Okay, tell you what, let's go ahead and make an opposed finesse check between you and that archer to see if he gets a surprise round on you guys.
Roll initiative.
Yeah, because I was going to point out, Canaro probably
I
noticed
thought that was
Rosa.
a success for him, but no, it was a 6 and a 1, not a 6 and a 6. Disappointment. So with finesse, that would be 11.
11?
Uh-oh.
Okay, the archer's shot does not go off first. He rolled an 8, so as per the usual, party goes first.
And that would
Alright,
mean everyone
my
gets
arrogance-
an accuracy buff.
Alright, I'll roll for accuracy then, because my arrow is already flying.
And everyone's got a +1.
Yes.
Okay.
Because
Alright, so 1, 2, 3,
you
4,
still have your commando stance up.
7 to hit.
7 to hit. Just hits.
Nice. Max damage, so that would be 32 points of damage.
32. Ouch, jeez.
Yep.
So, you heft up your bow, you aim it ahead at this guy, and thwink, fire off a shot. It goes flying forward, and he fires his shot at the same time, but sort of flies off course and just scrapes into the stone wall, while your arrow just thwink, just hits this sorry bastard in the gut, and he's like, "Ugh! God damn it!" So, yeah, that hurt him a lot.
I have 2 ideas in mind.
Well,
Being
for us
covered by
melee
this wall.
people, we're gonna need to get these barrels out of the way.
Well, that's
I
the
tried
thing.
telling-
That's
No, go
I
ahead.
have.
Go ahead, sorry, I'll let you finish.
Okay. So I have 2 ideas. Either I pretty much bombard through these barrels, or should we clear the way for the other 2 outside?
I mean, Vilmatra's not coming in anyway, she said as
I'll
much.
say, well,
What about Fluffy?
Fluffy is too big. Fluffy cannot fit within the confines of this place.
Okay,
So-
so I'm bombarding these freaking crates out of the way. But
Wait.
also, you say you could levitate them?
I could probably use telekinesis and move him out of the way so you don't have to waste an action on that.
or,
Alright,
okay,
give it a
here's-
shot.
Here's another idea. Can she lift the barrel and throw it at him?
That would require a pretty significant force check, because the way I typically rule telekinesis is you're still limited in what you can lift based on what you can physically manage to pick up.
I mean, if you fail, you'll still have moved out of the way.
I mean, if you want me to try, sure, I'll do that.
You could certainly try.
You know what? It gets it out of the way. Sure, why not?
Okay.
It's less effort. Go ahead.
All right, so you move forward, make a force check.
Okay.
Now, are you trying to focus? So now, are you trying to do it on just one barrel or both of them? Because that will have an impact on the difficulty of the roll.
I'm probably still gonna fail. I'll just do both of them just to get it out of the way, more so.
Okay.
And if it happens to do good enough to hit him, then that's cool.
All right.
I highly doubt it.
Critical
my-
success. Critical success.
Do we forget that the Moogle is a bad luck token? This damn thing has not gotten anything good.
Sometimes that bad luck spreads to others, and they might be that guy's bad luck day today.
I mean, to be fair, Ari has those days. I have those days. It all happens.
I am basically Madeline at this point. That the bad roll Moogle.
Oh my goodness. Say it's just Moogles.
Moogle with a gun. Moogle with a gun.
Okay, so 2d6 plus whatever my force is.
Yes.
Let me just make sure.
I'm
I got
having
my force.
PTSD.
Yeah. Okay, good. Roll 2d6. All
Well,
right.
now you're a small person with a gun.
Okay,
9.
9.
All right, 9. For trying to move both barrels, unfortunately, no. You put your hand, your little paws out, your little mitts. Your face sort of scrunches up, and there's a sort of high pitched from you as you're trying to move them, and they sort of slide and start to pick up off the ground a bit. But then there's just like this little twinge in the side of your head. Your palm kind of twitches and spazzes erratically, and you kind of like, ow! And kind of have to drop them.
Where
do they end up?
Bit?
To move both of them would have required a 13 from you. And to successfully throw them at an enemy to hurt them would have required a 16.
Yeah, figured.
So unfortunately,
they pretty much didn't move at all.
It would have needed to have been a critical success.
That's the
I
point.
think Aeon is still upset about like the glowy thing.
I mean, again, that is the thing. Like, Aeon's telekinesis is limited to what Aeon has the physical body strength to lift, generally. So it was going to be a pretty high roll for Aeon because Aeon is a tiny Moogle.
Although, what would it be for Kanara to pretty much move the barrels out the way?
I imagine quite easily.
It would be
It'd be a strength
slight.
10.
It would be slightly lower for you. You're welcome to make the force check to barrel through on your movement action.
Damn.
Yep.
Sorry, Kuna.
It's alright.
It was a good idea, and you tried. But not everything works.
Yeah.
Workout montage.
Aeon doing push-ups.
Oh,
Yeah.
And then it's realized that the only reason he keeps lifting is because his wings are flapping.
I'd love to see
Be Rocky
Kuna.
all over again.
Have any of you ever seen like buff SpongeBob, but instead of that, it's buff Aeon?
Oh no!
I kind of want to see that, and I kind of don't.
I'd be afraid.
It is a funny and curse at the same time.
I'm not gonna draw it.
Don't look at me. I'm not that good at drawing.
Oh,
I'm not drawing it. You can't make me.
roll.
Hey,
Okay.
I found a thing. I'm gonna stick it in the art repository.
Oh no! What are you found?
Oh no.
Did you
Oh,
find
no.
the Google?
Oh God.
There you go.
Okay.
Hmm.
That is 2 6s.
Oh shit.
Did you just crit?
Yep.
That time I got one where it's worse.
And the force was on Kanara already. 4. So that's a crit. 16.
All right. So, Kunara, you sort of look at the barrels, you see them shifting a bit, you glance back at Aeon, who's struggling to move them, and after a second you're like, this is taking too long. You let out this feral wolf-like growl, and you sort of put your shield in front of you like a bulwark, and you just barrel through, and the barrels just sort of splinter and part like the Red Sea before you as you go barreling through. So that only consumed your movement action. That I'll rule that with the critical success.
All right. So could I whack him? I guess.
Well, before that, there is one other thing that needs to be addressed, namely the shit.
Corridor.
Yeah, there is some shit off to the side that you see. As you're sort of barreling through, there is a break in the wall that looks like it caved in a long time ago, but has since been cleared out, that leads into a long cavern-like stretch instead of the uniform brickwork of the keep. And as you sort of look down it, you see that one of the archers that you fought outside, the one that fled in when injured, is standing there directly in front with his own bow drawn.
Oh.
He's wounded, he's injured,
Oh,
but he
boy.
does have an arrow knocked and ready. Finesse check, please, Kunara.
Oh. Okie dokie.
You wanted to move the.
Let's see. So. Hang on, finesse. 14.
14. All right, you rolled the same number. Gotta roll again.
God damn.
He really does. want
What's
to hit
your
you.
finesse multiplier?
My finesse multiplier was 2, but I rolled 2 6s again.
Uh-huh.
Wait, you rolled 2 6s again?
Yeah.
Can we get that camera back on?
Sure.
Please.
I hope to get it working.
I don't want to sound like I'm doubting you or anything, but the second the camera goes off, out come the 6s.
Also, again, if it's 2 6s, even if they're the same number as a critical success, shouldn't that, like...
Oh my god.
Okay, yeah, all right.
But yeah, if it blurs out, I just have to keep hopping in and out. So keep doing this when it blurs in and out.
Yeah, it was
the only way I can fix it at the
it was clear. Just leave it. It was clear. Just leave it. I can see
I
that.
think-
That's just fine.
Either you are secretly dicking with us, or you are the luckiest, unluckiest timing bastard in the world.
Can I have the luck, please?
I would love to share the luck.
Well, anyways, if that's 2 6s, that's an auto success. So yeah. So he does not get to shoot you.
Okie dokie. So now, what should we do?
Well, you still have a standard action.
Are you going to whack the archer in front of you?
Yeah, because I won't be able to hit this person, would I?
No. 'cause you've
You
already
still
used
have
your
about 0.3 movement range left. It only took about 0.7 to get where you are now. So
Oh, so
So
I
you could
theoretically
feasibly
finish this guy.
you could theoretically get to either of them. I'm pretty sure.
Let's see.
Like,
Yeah.
so
That's
long as
sweet.
the borders of your tokens are touching, you're within range.
Okay. Well, seeing that this guy won, so hoping to get a shot on me, might as well put him out of his misery. If that works.
Now, is this the archer that Cassandra was playing with?
Yes, this is the one that retreated into this little cubby back here.
So did this one even
6
see
and a 3.
Kunara?
What's with
During
all
that
the
whole
bloody
scuffle?
6s?
I don't know.
No.
A 6 and a 3.
Must be good dice.
All right, that was an attack roll. Yes.
Yep.
All
With a
right.
sword.
Okay. Yeah,
So
that hits.
let's see. Yeah, it hits anyway, but the accuracy is just.
Okay,
Hi.
power plus
Why did I
2d6.
think of that Megamind? Why did I think of that Megamind scene? What did he do? Oh my god, he opened me. Oh my god, hit him.
4 and a 2. So
Okay.
16.
16. All right, so Kunara, as you come barreling into this corridor, you sort of hear the sound of a bowstring being drawn off to your right. Your ear twitches, your sharp eye darts over to the side, And you see one of the archers that you'd been fighting outside earlier, still wounded, still injured, barely standing, and there's this sort of twinge in your hunter instinct of easier prey. And you suddenly sharply pivot, your cloak sort of just sort of swirling around you as you sharply turn on the spot and kick off for the more wounded of the two opponents. He sort of backs up a step and tries to fire off the arrow, but your shield just sort of bats it out of the way, and your sword just plunges into his chest and out the back with a spray of gore.
Damn.
You just sort of growl in his face and then kick him off your blade. Dead.
Wow, that guy was weak.
He only had 11 hit points left. That's why he ran earlier.
Oh, that was the guy from earlier. I see.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was injured, but I didn't
turn.
think he was that injured. Jesus.
He had 11 hit points left.
My turn.
So it is.
Stabby stab.
6 and a 4 and a 14.
What off?
Okay, I mean, a 14 still hits, for sure.
I know, but if it had been a 5, it would have been a crit.
That would have been cool.
Reach.
17. Comes out to a total of 14 damage. As you come barreling in, you give your lance a little swirl, and you bring it in, and just sort of get this guy sort of
Yeah, back.
in the other side of the gut from Rosa's arrow, and he's like... He's hurting. He is hurting a lot, but he is still standing.
Give it up, baby, give it up.
Okay, so that is Aeon, Kunara, and Cassandra, and Rosa. So that just leaves Aeon.
Or Kai.
Or yeah, Kai, excuse me.
No. Don't mind the background.
Do not mistake one small for another small. That's racist.
No, that's sleepy. I did not sleep well last night.
Yeah, small.
I didn't get to go to bed until 3 in the morning because my dad forgot to take out the chicken to defrost for dinner. So it took longer to cook. And then my room was too hot and my brain was rebelling against the idea of sleep. So when I did fall asleep, I only got 3 hours of proper sleep and then just lay tossing and turning for another several.
I reject your logic and choose smallest.
Okay. So, Kayana, what you doing?
Before I got interrupted by the freaking creature of my life.
The creature of your life. That is a sentence.
Barrett.
Shut up, I'm literally angry right now.
Okay. You want to just
Check
shoot
it
the
out
guy?
on this archer by shooting him in the face.
Pop, pop.
God. Oh, you okay?
What?
You got hit in the head. I'm so sorry.
So, everything all right over there?
Yeah, King got hit in the head.
Oh, no.
He's okay. Not the first time that happened.
Ferret is down. I repeat, the ferret is down.
I'm not sure the idea that it has happened before makes it better.
He is sturdy as hell. I don't know how he's not, like, stupid.
I mean,
I'm pretty sure he is stupid. But anyway. Like, all the complaining
he's
you do
hyper.
about him tells me that he is.
It made me laugh.
Get it together.
Anyway, yeah, this is Papa. Oh, yeah.
Alright. Accuracy check. 2d6 plus 3, thanks to the Kunara battle stance.
try not to shoot Cassandra in the back of the head. She might be angry.
That would be very
Yeah,
unfortunate.
that would be very bad.
If you roll a critical
I think
failure...
Kai is making sure that she does not hear from.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you roll a critical failure, that's what's going to happen, so don't roll a critical fail.
You please don't roll a
What's wrong
critical
with
fail.
you?
Yeah, my sister's in the background, so don't mind her.
I never do.
Yeah, just pretend it never existed.
Alright. Will do.
Harsh.
No. Okay, what do I need to do for this one?
Roll
2d6
2d6, add
plus
3. It is
And
currently
add
plus...
3?
Yeah, it is currently 3 on top of your 2d6 because of the Kunara Commando stance, giving everyone a +1 to their base accuracy.
11.
11 hits. Roll it. Dex plus 2d6.
And then Dex, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh my god.
Oh, also because everyone has now seen the scarab, I'll go ahead and allow in the event that kind of winds up having to go AFK for a while, I'll allow Darkness to view it, kind of character sheet, since people who trust each other. So in the event control needs to be transferred, that can be done.
Alright.
All right.
10.
10. Not a lot of damage, but still, it's damage. So you level out your gun. Shit. A mistake has been made. Hold on. I accidentally hit the X button on the Firefox window. That's the recording screen. I need to pull that back up. Sorry, hold on. The recording is still fine. I just need to pull back up the Roll20 page again.
Is the recording currently just a black screen?
The recording is currently the technical difficulty screen.
Oh boy.
I'm sorry.
Fuck you, lucky.
I'm sorry. It was an accident.
That's fine.
It was a mistake.
You're tired. It's fine.
I overshot my target. Okay. So, Kyanna, as you sort of see that archer sort of trying to retaliate to Cassandra's thrust and Rosa's arrow, you're like, nah. You point your gun and fire off a shot. It sort of shoots right between Cassandra's legs and into that guy's shin, sort of making him crumple to one knee. All right. So, with that, it is to the ally part of the turn order. I'm just going to have Tiermith hop up onto the barrel by the door in front of Rosa and just kind of curl up there like a spring and await a command. And with that, it is to the enemy's turn. The archer does not appreciate the fact that there is a bunch of people beating the shit out of him right now. And after a second, you actually recognize that this is also an archer that you saw outside previously. He was the archer in the tower on the northernmost end of the exterior space who retreated inside when he saw how poorly the fight was going. And
I didn't get a chance to hit him, did I?
no, he never got hit. He ran away before that could happen. And at this point, he is going to decide that this shit ain't worth it.
Oh no.
He is going to throw down his bow. I surrender.
Wow, that could have happened earlier.
All I'm gonna say is now, wimp.
I like being alive, thank you.
Well, at least not all of you are stupid.
Rosa is going to approach. She looks down at the finally surrendering guy. The corpse nearby. His bow's on the ground.
Yeah.
Yep.
She is going to pick it up and attempt to just snap it across her knee.
Force check.
Oh.
Snap his bow.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Not too bad. 11.
11. That'll do it. It's only a tier 1 bow, so you pick it up, look it over for a sec, and then with just a little grunt and a grimace, you bring it down on your knee, and with a sharp snaps in half. The two halves held together by the bowstring, and you just drop it to the floor.
And she's gonna just wander over here and just start leaning against the wall. Wait for everyone else.
Oh.
Also, everyone gets the party communal gil goes up by 40.
Me.
And I need to roll a d4. You also get a potion from the corpse, which I'm now going to delete.
Good. Cassandra looks at the archer. or the art. You would have been archer if you still had a bow. The guy is like,
yeah. Elvon individual.
all right
The wimp.
then. The wimp.
Smart one.
Yeah. All right then. If you're going, we'll let you go. But first, you gotta tell us a few things, all right?
Okay, what?
Where are the hostages?
Make a negotiation check.
Is he really in a position to negotiate right now?
Give it a second.
He's more afraid of his boss than he is of you.
Well, that can change very
quickly.
quickly. Well,
He definitely seems to, like, resist talking about it for a few seconds, but after a moment of, like, looking down at the stab wound in his gut and the arrow sticking out of it and the fact that he's still crumpled to one knee with a bullet hole in his shin, after a second, he just lets out this pathetic little whimper and nods towards the caved-in wall in the cavern most of you are sort of congregated by. Down that tunnel. Walk down it to the right. It's not very far. I imagine they heard this fight.
I imagine Solus is down there too.
Probably.
Anyone else around here?
Just about everyone else is outside or fled. I know that Solus tends to keep a couple of people with him, but...
Alright then. Any other surprises we should know about down there?
None that I know of. But Solus is a very cautious man, so I wouldn't be surprised if there was something.
Alright. Here's what's gonna happen. Our friend Valmathra is outside. She's with the guard over in Windhurst. Go out there with your hands up. Tell her you're not a threat. Tell her you surrender. And she'll see to it that no harm comes to you. If you don't pull anything.
Make another negotiation check. Again, he kind of seems resistant to the idea for a second, but after a second he just sort of, all right.
Insight check.
Okay, make an inquiry check.
11. Again, that's a 6 to 5. Getting a lot of 11s.
All right. You get the impression, just sort of looking this guy over, that whatever Valmathra could do to him, he is determined that it's probably better than dying here. Like, he doesn't like it at all. But for the moment, at least, he seems to be willing to comply.
It's that or death.
Rosa's going to walk up to him, place a hand, and cast Cure Spell.
Casting Cure on him. Okay. The MP cost on that?
7.
All right. Go ahead and roll the HP restored.
That's 7, so 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 20, 23 points of healing.
All right, he'll take that. So the arrow kind of falls out of his gut. The stab wound partially closes up. He still has a very nasty stab wound there, but it's not nearly as bad as it was. And after a second, he's able to stand back up, though it's clear he's going to be limping.
Just go.
All right, I'm going. Well, he starts slowly, painfully, sort of limping through the corridor, and y'all kind of have to like squish aside a bit to leave room for him, but after a little while, he passes through the door and out of your line of sight.
If Rosa follows him to the door, can see what he does. Because there is a big table in that door, and he is still hurt.
He kind of using his good, like he kind of goes over to this wall back here, the back wall where the table is sort of jutting out at an angle,
I'm
and
back, so he would
So-
have missed.
and sort of we'll get to you in a second, sort of leaning against that wall, keeping his hurt leg off the floor. He leans down and sort of slides it out of the way, bracing against the wall with his back. So the guy's hurt, but he is also resourceful, so he's able to move the... no, I don't want to move the entire room. That's the
He
problem
moved the
with-
entire room. Wow, he's strong.
All right,
Solus in disguise.
wouldn't that be a twist? But yes, he moves the door and is fine. Or not the door, the table, and then slips out through the door.
Missed up.
Oh, God, I just checked the art repository.
Oh, so the other guy just slumped away.
Yeah.
Rosa pumped him full of a cure spell and just told him to go. And they also said that if you went there for that, Solus is down the cave ways. I'm pretty sure the door ahead of us leads to the tower he was originally in.
So what, he just willingly helped us then?
He
willingly is a strong word.
He surrendered. He surrendered and succumbed to a brief interrogation.
Ah, that's what I missed.
Yeah.
No dominating required.
At least one of these guys has a brain.
Yes.
Well, we know where the hostages are, at least. Come on, guys, let's get this over with so we can get out of here.
Usually it'd be unwise to leave an enemy alive, but I'm sure the authorities would deal with him.
He's weaponless and he's harmless.
Yes,
Besides,
if he
he wouldn't-
knows who we are.
Pretty much everybody who was here already knows who we are.
Mm.
It's not like he's in a position to do anything with that information.
Perhaps you're right.
If he has enough brains to live, he can live. The rest of these guys weren't so gifted.
All right. So, you just heading down the cave tunnel?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, the cave tunnel ahead doesn't have much light on its own, though you do see there are a couple of little holes in the roof that allow in shafts of the graying light from outside and the occasional little snowflake. You can see old green moss caking the walls in various places, sort of faintly whited over with frost. And you can just faintly see way, way down the beginnings of an orange glow that you imagine comes from some sort of larger fire. But that's a ways down. And so, as a group, in this sort of single file line you've just sort of naturally formed yourselves into, you start to make your way down. And Cassandra, I need you to make an awareness check.
Yay.
Dun, dun, dun.
Thought you were about to start doing the Harry Potter theme for some reason.
Triple fours!
Nice, a 15. That is more than what you needed by a pretty wide margin. So, as you're advancing, you sort of briefly glance down at the floor and suddenly just lock up, throw out your arms wide to stop everyone, because there on the floor, sort of faintly obscured by the frost and moss, you see a blue runic circle sort of faintly glowing in the floor.
Stop.
Oh, yes. Very resourceful. Didn't even tell us about the obvious trap.
Well, I doubt he can. That trap is this anyway.
Can
One
I,
haven't
as
seen
the
before.
resident mage, have an examine of it?
You can make a lore magic check.
Probably wise, because as Kanara said, I have not seen one like this before, so I wouldn't know.
Does Rosa have lore magic?
No, I have general and history right now.
I can try. I think
Go
I
ahead.
do.
Both
They
try.
have lore magic?
Double try.
Rose is looking at it, and Aeon just kind of peeks over her shoulder.
Sure.
Yes, I do actually. I forgot I have magic.
Right, straight roll is a 10.
Well, you are a
6.
mage, so...
Makes sense.
2d6.
Aeon is skilled with the magic.
Yay!
13.
Aeon got good.
Yep. All right. So,
10 and a 13. Yep.
all right, a 10 and a 13. So the two of you looking it over, after a couple seconds, sort of, Aeon, you're not necessarily like magically literate in the same way that Rosa is, but you can tell looking at this thing that this is for sure a remote charge of an ice-based spell that if stepped into would trigger some manner of ice spell that would probably hit whoever was in front and possibly even anyone behind them. How powerful it is, you're not sure, though.
Is there a way to disarm it?
Is there?
I would allow you to make an opposed finesse check against it, anyone who has an MP pool, versus the finesse of the person who placed it. And if you wanted to give yourself an extra edge, you could sacrifice some MP points to increase your number.
As in, like, trying to disarm it.
Yeah.
With magic.
Yeah.
Alright, Rosa is just going to quietly step forward then, kneel down, one hand on the ground to start summoning what you know for by now, nature's energies. Another hand towards the ice and starts to release mana directly into the trap, and she is going to attempt to fizzle it out.
All right. Are you
Careful, Rosa.
And I'm going to sacrifice my remaining 12 MP to do it.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Oh, boy.
Kanara's behind Rosa, just in case it goes wrong. We'll attempt to pull her back.
So my finesse, and what does the MP cost give me?
Every point of MP you pour into it, I'll say, just increases your bonus here by 1.
Alright, I'm gonna win.
Hopefully there's not more of these.
Well,
Do
I
we
now
see-
help.
Can we see any more of these down through here?
26.
26. Damn. All right, so by sort of sitting down and holding out your hands and letting the energy sort of flow out, after a couple seconds, it takes a lot of effort. This is a very competently made trap by someone who clearly knows what they're doing and has a very firm grasp of magical theory and technique. And as such, it's less about you sort of finagling it and sort of picking it apart meticulously and more about just brute force breaking it. So the rest of you sort of see the rune circle sort of flare up with light for a second before Rosa sort of puts one hand on the back of her other, pushes forward a second, and it just sort of shatters, leaving just a little spot on the ground encased in frost.
And silently, and then I'm going to extract another ether and down that ether.
Yeah.
Alrighty, that'll give you back 25% of your max MP. That is 7.
Nice
And I'm
job,
going to take a
Rosa.
second ether.
Okay, you're up to 14.
Nice job, Rosa.
Yes, congratulations. Let's hope there's no more of these traps down here.
Yeah, glad you and Aeon were here. I don't know a thing about magic.
I remember from the books I read.
Magic is a rare concept to me.
To me.
Well, good thing you have us, Kuna.
Well, regardless,
Left. One ether left.
well, the tunnel continues deeper down.
Mm.
Continuing your advance.
Let's proceed, Cassandra.
Alright.
All right. Set yourself in your marching order.
So I'm behind now. Out of past me.
All right.
Yes, he's really back in the gun second by Cassandra. Realizing that this place has got more treacherous as they go through.
All right. So, marching order: Cassandra, Kunara, Rosa, Aeon, and then in the very back, Kyanna and Tiermith sort of walking side by side.
Yep.
All right. So,
Looks like a good mix.
all right. So, continuing down, you event the narrow tunnel sort of opens up into a much wider sort of cavernous chamber. You sort of look around for a second. The roof is high, and again, there are some more gaps in the ceiling through which shafts of light come through, turning into sunbeams through mist and moisture and dust that are sort of hanging in the air. Off to your right, you can see an artificial wall built into this large natural cavernous chamber, in which is a series of iron bars sort of vertically slanted. And standing in front of those bars, you see two of the swordsmen who have been occupying this place, framing it, weapons out, shields raised, flanking on either side a tall humanoid individual. You can't tell his precise race under the heavy, muddied bandages that cover most of his face, save for one piercing ice blue eye. A wide-brimmed hat, old and almost looking to be made out of mummy straps itself, sort of flops back slightly behind his head, sort of a typical wizard's hat, an old ratty red scarf, and sort of old and tattered leather clothes that are padded in places with sort of metal strips, kind of like the armor plating on Isaac's engineering suit in Dead Space. In this man's hand, there is a long and elaborate silver staff, topped at the end with a glowing blue sphere, and framed and cradled with three sort of wing-like spikes that sort of rise up to encircle it. That is the wrong button. I want to reveal, not hide. And from behind the bars, you can see the light of fire coming through. So, here we be.
Here we be.
As you sort of step in, the man with the bandages on his face, who you can only assume to be Solus, clears his throat, takes a step forward. I would think very carefully about advancing any further if I were you.
And why is that?
He sort of sidesteps slightly to give you a better look at the room beyond through the bars, and within you can see another large chamber. Your vision is sort of skewed, but in the center of it you can see a large blazing fire. And you can see a bunch of people scattered around within, just sort of sitting around on piles of muddied straw and hay. And then those people suddenly get up and start to walk.
They were wearing the bracelets.
It appears that these are the people who were wearing the bracelets. Aye.
Are they walking
Let's
towards
see.
the fire?
They are.
Cassandra just growls. Coward.
I was not doing. There.
Do I, as a magically inclined individual, know if these bracelets can, like, thinking like Doctor Who blood control, can they make someone actually kill themselves, or is the survival instinct too strong for this kind of magic?
You have yet to behold one of these things properly with your own eyes, so you don't know.
It is you that shouldn't be reckless. This place is surrounded and your army has been desecrated. I suggest you surrender.
Ah, but you see, you're here to rescue the hostages, aren't you? To get them out of here. Every action you've taken since arriving on my doorstep has been in service to that objective. And if you continue on that path... He sort of lifts a hand up slightly, and back behind the bars, you watch as one of the people in one of the crowd steps forward and just pivots into the flames. And then a second later, as their bodies just get swallowed up by the fire, you can hear them starting to scream inside.
Stop!
You're here to rescue these people and ensure they live. Continue on your chosen course and they all die. It is as simple as that.
When that individual jumped in the fire, did he do anything, make any sort of action?
Make an awareness check.
Okay, next one. Cheers here. So 10 with 3 dice.
Too far away, couldn't really tell.
Whether Ryan's gonna be something.
I have no desire to kill these people, but they are of no worth to me in your care. Turn around and walk away, and you have my assurances that they will live. But for every step you take, another will fall. So consider your choices very, very carefully.
What's the fire sitting on? Is it just
The fire back through the gate? Just kind of coming up from a ring of stones, and just it's just like a bunch of like large wooden logs sort of stacked together. Just sort of a standard natural bonfire.
any sort of apparatus nearby, bucket of waters, anything they would have used to put it out when they needed it?
Make an awareness check.
Make an awareness to see if I could pinpoint anything in our surroundings that could be valuable to help us.
That small one's absolutely silly, yeah?
Just
Alright, so 6. That one's an 11 this time.
All right, and you're looking for like buckets of water or apparatus that could be used to put it out.
Yeah.
You don't really have the best view of everything that's inside that chamber. If they have anything in there for that purpose, you don't presently have line of sight on it.
Okay, I guess I might give it a shot then.
And what are you looking for?
Well, probably a bit similar to Rosa's. Pretty much anything that would give us the edge over this situation. I guess.
The vaguer you are, the higher the DC is going to be. Remember, you do get to roll with 3d6 because of Tier Myth.
True. Well, like I said, it's similar
Wait a
to
minute.
Rosa's. Pretty much.
Oh shit, I
pinpointing
rolled wrong.
added-
Sorry, I was rolling 3d6, but I wasn't adding my awareness skill.
Oh!
I actually got a
Nice.
14.
Doesn't change the result.
Fuck. Ah. Oh,
Either seeing if there's some form of weakness to this spell, or pretty much.
Just roll it, bruh.
And you say get an extra dice?
You get to roll a
Okay.
total of 3d6 plus your awareness, thanks to Tiermith. So long as he is present with the party, you get an extra d6 on awareness checks.
Don't forget the
Okay.
awareness. Who would forget that? It was a crucial part of the awareness roll.
Lucky I got my character sheet up. So
Well, yeah, you need that.
yeah, but sometimes if you activate so I can see the screen a bit more. But anyway. Oh, that's
6,
cool,
a
right?
5, and a 2.
And a 4 to boot. So
17.
17. All right, with that high-ass roll, while you don't see any means of putting out the fire from here, as you're sort of looking over Solus and his goons, you do spot that on his other wrist, separate from his staff, you can see he sort of like tilted his body to try and hide it from view, but you can see this sort of another bracelet on his wrist. Sort of dark in color, sort of black shiny metal, with these little sort of bronzy gold sort of patterns and swirls etched into it that are just very faintly glowing. Now, you, Kunara, are not an expert on magic, so you can only guess as to the function of that bracelet, but it seems important based on the fact that Solus is trying to conceal it behind his body without being obvious about it.
yeah.
But in the time it took you to notice that, Solus's visible eye, narrows. I said, step back. And another body into the flame.
All right, okay. Back off,
What?
guys.
Why are you doing this? They pay you just to make people your slaves?
These people don't serve me. This is a business transaction. I'm simply protecting the cargo of that transaction. I wouldn't expect you to get that, child.
This poor girl guy made those for you?
Sort of quirks a brow. You know of Forgal?
You could say that.
We dealt with your buddy Claudian back in Windhurst. There will be no transaction.
There's no ship either. It's already been...
Your customer is currently being taken into custody right now.
Well, that is certainly an unfortunate setback, but it doesn't really change much, now does it? You still want these people alive. And if you try to hinder me, they die. I can always find another partner.
I point out that while this conversation's happening, Kanara is Aeon and informs him of the bracelet on the mage's. Which side was it? Left or right?
Left wrist. Also, to
Left
try and
wrist.
convey that, to convey that information quietly without him noticing, stealth check.
Of course.
Right.
Do I get a third
this
dice or is it
situation.
one die?
No, the
Trying to
third
get-
die is only for awareness.
Okay.
If you want more dice on this roll, you'd have to spend destiny on it.
Well, let's hope I don't need one, eh?
Are you trying to get me to do something, or are you just letting me know?
Oh, you have a levitation spell.
That
Yeah.
fucking
That's
sucks!
Which
Yeah.
again,
But if you
doing
can
it
make him
without
lose at
him
least
noticing
focus,
or
like
doing it is not going to work.
I would say if this roll is successful, either try not exactly get it off him. If you do get it off him, bonus points. But if you don't, just like distract him with it, like and frustrate him, make him lose focus.
Oh, you're gambling with me.
Again, we need to be careful with this.
5.
He's already started just burning people.
At this point, we need to do something.
How many people are in each group, for reference?
4 for each of the larger tokens.
So for a...
The two front ones, the ones in the front are the ones that have
17 in all. The small one, who's probably going to be the last to go, is Cilia. I would imagine. That one at the back, can we confirm that's a woman we can see?
You would have to make an awareness check because that token is on the other side of a big-ass blazing bonfire.
Oh, Rosa's focused on other things, but out of character, I'm pretty sure that's Cilia. Because game mechanics.
All right, what did you get, Darkness?
I mean, I am debating on rolling another dice because I got a 12. So
How many destiny points you got?
5.
Dang.
So, yeah.
Go for it.
Another 5.
Nice.
Sweet. So, in total, that would be 17 for stealth.
All right, yeah. With the situation being what it is, you tap into your hunter's instincts and sort of slink back while Rosa and Cassandra are talking to Solus, and what do you whisper to Aeon?
On his left wrist, there is a bracelet. Could you try to get it off him? I'm not exactly sure of its function, but it looks like he's trying to conceal it. So it must be of some great importance.
I can try, Kubo.
Aeon, I believe in you. If you're able... Oh, there's some amazing things that I can't fathom myself. I trust in you. You can do this.
I'll try.
All right, so is there anything anyone else wants to do to try to add to this? Because, Kayana, you did hear that conversation.
Yeah. Kanal would be looking at them as well. I mean, much as I want to include Rosa and Sandra, they're keeping the guy busy at the moment. So, perhaps TMF and Kai could do something as well.
I can't think of nothing.
Basic backup plans.
Does Tyr have anything input as well?
Tyr's kind of hanging back with his tail swishing in agitation, sort of claws sort of scratching in frustration at the ground, but otherwise not moving.
But if I think of perhaps for Kai, maybe she try to shoot his left hand or the bracelet if Aeon fails to move it.
That's probably going to be even harder than another day.
Just a second here.
Yeah.
I'm...
But look at the bright side, Kanar's giving you some emotional support.
I know, I do like it.
Yeah. And yet you have destiny points available. if you want
I
to.
was gonna say that I might actually just use everything I have just to get this
Not
right.
all the destiny,
Yeah, I would-
but some of it.
I don't-
If we are gonna
How much
do this, I'd
destiny
probably
have you
throw as
got?
much destiny as
3!
you
I already used Destiny, that's the thing.
Ah.
I mean,
I don't
Well,
trust my rolls! I don't!
so long as you don't say, "All right, this is your role. Does this work?"
Yeah, so you
You
could
can
roll
keep going.
first.
Oh, I can roll first and then... Okay.
can-
Yeah, and
Yeah.
then decide if you want to do destiny. Like
So
I
long
do.
as you don't
honest.
ask the DM whether it works or not first.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you have to.
Honestly, I would've-
Once you've confirmed a final number, that's when I tell you the result.
So you
Yeah,
can
honestly, I
roll
would've
if you're not
thought
happy.
maybe-
add
but-
one.
Right, but hold for just a second. I sent Ari a thing.
Ooh, secrets.
Honestly, I
Sneaky
kind of wish
secrets.
we'd saved your like
It's
candy
secret.
dimension
Keep
thing.
it safe.
Maybe we'd try to put this guy.
I
in another
do-
dimension.
I mean, I do
I
have
highly doubt it would work.
my quick cast stop, but I don't know whether my vines will stop him from doing it because I don't know whether it's an action or whether it's a mental thing. Like they'll just go
I
in.
mean, that is a good
mean, the-
point, even though
I mean, the traditional stop.
he's
Like,
using his
do
hand.
you even think or whatever when you're stopped like that?
Yeah.
They're just frozen in place. I don't know whether he has to actually do something magical to make him do it, or whether it's just like a thought and they do it. I can stop him from doing
Yeah.
actions, I can't stop him from thinking.
Yeah, I think I will help Aeon a little bit.
All right.
Let's see.
What was this, scarab things?
No, don't bring.
No.
Too much
I
of a
think
gamble in this
Kanawa-
situation.
I don't think
Yes.
Kanawa appreciates the scarab.
We use a scarab, and it makes the effects of make everyone in that around that fire move forward one step.
Well,
It gives, it balances out the bad luck and gives Aeon good luck and everyone else bad luck.
Mhm.
Oh my god.
Or just makes all fire sources explode.
all right. So, what you doing there, Kai?
Let's do invent.
All right.
Now, how are you gonna event this situation?
This is Kai we're talking about.
We're keeping him talking. So Rosa doing the foregoal line
There
while
we
this is
go.
going on, trying to keep his attention. I think my family has something of a history with the guy. How did you meet him, Fatea?
No. I crossed paths with the man long after his tenure in that nation ended.
Tell me what you know about him, and maybe you get what you want.
Oh, child. Do you really think you can pull that off with me? Another body. Into the flames.
Just stop it.
I've told you what you need to do for it to stop. You're still here. And on that note, Kayana, what property are you imbuing using invent?
Skill bonus?
All right, which one?
Let's do thievery.
All right, so Aeon, as you're seeing this happen, you suddenly feel like a little tug on your back paw. You look down, and you see Kayana there sort of rummaging around in her pack, sort of pulls you back down and sort of hides, sort of pulls you both of you behind Kanara a bit to sort of hide behind her big cloak and impressive bulk. And after a second, sort of pulls out a couple of little devices, little like they're kind of like those like little sticker things that they'll put on you in a hospital to monitor your body and stuff, except these are made of metal and sort of gently glow a little blue, and she just sort of sticks them onto your shoulders, and they sort of the light sort of pulses into your body, and the glow on the little rings goes dark. So, you now have a +2 bonus on thievery checks until the effect wears off.
Okay.
This is fucks.
This is stress. I'm actually getting anxiety now.
This is
Three
Okay,
people.
yes, it'd be
fine
fine.
people.
Okay.
I probably could give her a hug.
I wanted to give you guys a tense situation.
No, yeah, I'm being pressured. Okay.
Sorry, we're not doing much damage to the party. Let's just kill other people.
Okay.
It's fine. May the dice guide you.
Okay. What do I need to roll?
First, you need to make a stealth check because your telekinesis cannot work from farther than a medium range.
How is she gonna get to a medium range?
By flying closer.
Be small
gonna be
against the
right-
wall, up high, because floating.
Like again, if he's focused on us, so he's not really paying attention to like the ones behind us, right?
For the moment.
I know.
The
yes.
moment.
So again, could Aeon just maybe fly above him?
Could
Like,
try.
how high's the ceiling?
Ceiling is... I'd say like it's about like... It varies at certain points, but I'd say it's like somewhere between like 13 to 15 feet high.
Roll that stealth check, use Destiny if need be, I guess. Just however it works.
Roll stealth, I guess.
Alright.
It's fine. Don't worry.
Alright, so
can do
roll
it.
stealth.
Yep.
We need more therapy.
Yeah, we're definitely gonna need more therapy after this. We've already lost 3 people.
Maybe the whole group.
Okay, Kai, you might need to open up an weapon book.
Hey, you'll be rich.
Oh boy.
Oh. Stealth. Okay, so I don't have any. So
And
Destinies, is it?
I can.
Well,
yeah,
actually, the skill bonus gave stealth bonus, right?
To
Thievery.
thievery,
thievery.
which is a
Thievery.
different
Thievery.
skill.
Damn it.
so yeah, I'd add one to that.
Yeah, you're probably gonna have to add a destiny.
Hope for a high.
Okay, so what do I do? I just
Just
how do I add
subtract.
destiny again?
Just
Use
roll
however
another
many points
die.
of destiny you want to spend. You can spend however many points of destiny, and for each one you spend, you can add a d6 to your roll.
Bear in mind, you still need to do the levitation and the thievery.
I mean, I'm counting the stealth check as the levitation to get over to him, the flying. The thievery is just the telekinesis to remove it from his wrist.
Ah, I see. So, alright, so you got the
So we-
thievery after this.
Okay,
How many destiny do you have on?
3.
You can
I'm
just
not
start with,
really.
just start with one, and then we'll see if we need to add
Okay,
more.
so just roll a
Yeah.
d6. That's it.
Just roll a
Yeah.
d6.
Ooh.
10.
No.
I'll do one more.
Okay.
Come on, dice.
Thievery is not my more concern. I'm more concerned about stealth.
All right. So
13.
13. Is that your final number?
Yes.
That just succeeds.
My heart dropped a beat.
Okay.
You okay?
Yes. I'm holding my breath.
All right. So, sort of with like your little heart hammering against your ribs like a blacksmith working on his latest masterpiece, and with the little nodes falling off your shoulder after imbuing that little bit of deftness, you start slowly flying up along the wall, sort of behind Kunara, rising up and up and up, while Rosa and Cassandra have Solus's attention. You have to move slowly to keep from drawing attention and moving your way and sort of weaving between the various gaps in the roof where the sun shafts are coming through. So your progress is slow. So it'll be a little bit before we can get to your thievery check. But for now, Rosa, Cassandra, everyone else, how else are you trying to distract this guy for the moment?
We're just still backing up, I guess, just keep talking to him. It's like,
And how do we know that you won't harm any more people while we leave?
Well, what benefit would it give me to kill them all? They're my leverage to get out of here, are they not?
and even with that leverage, do you think you can still get out of here? There's a ship out there full of guards from Windhurst.
So there are, I should imagine, but they'll be occupied with Trock's ship for a while yet. And it will take time for them to dock. And even then, their objective is the same as yours, saving these people. So...
And where do you plan on going? You don't have a ship. What, are you gonna walk?
if you're trying to fish for information, you're not going to get very far. And it is at about this point that Aeon you get within range.
And neither would you if you continue on this path.
You got this.
Okay. So roll.
Thievery check
80.
with a +2 to your bonus.
Okay.
And if you wish to use the last destiny, by all means.
+2 to what I already have, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
13?
Ooh.
That's good. Or level 2, so that's good.
I'm gonna say I'm doing it just for the. Oh no, I had 4 destiny. Whoops. Ooh.
Oh, okay, so...
Just got 2.
Oh. So yeah, the choice is
Wanna
yours.
add
Do you wish
2
to
to that,
spend
hun, just to
another
make
one?
sure?
Yeah, I'm gonna do a d6. I already did 2, so I'm just adding
Yeah.
one more to it.
That team's already really good
So
for
5.
our level, so
5.
yeah.
18.
18.
Wow.
I'm gonna leave it at that.
Remember, like
18.
20 is considered like godly. So,
Let's see here,
Oh.
so 6. Let's see here, I'm doing my math over here. Because you were rolling against his finesse to see if he noticed.
He has 6 finesse.
You just managed that. You beat him by 1.
Oh my
God, my hands are sweating. My heart is pounding.
This
my
guy
head
was-
is
this guy's-
worried.
Okay.
I'm so glad I decided that. So bad. I'm so glad I noticed that. I was just gonna.
Okay. All I'm
guy-
gonna say is
now-
for now.
Praise the
okay.
Aeon.
All right, so the rest of you kind of see sort of he said that about Cassandra trying to fish for information. There's this brief moment that pauses before his brow furrows. What the? And he looks down at his wrist, and the bracelet is gone. And in the room behind him, you see the various people that are in there suddenly sort of snap
Rosa
out of it and
takes-
start scrambling back.
Rosa brushes the hair from her eyes, steps forward. Since leaving home, I've been hurt and hurt and hurt. And I wondered why why my grandparents did this, why we're doing this. Stop bastards like you! And I'm gonna slam the bow into the ground and quick cast stop straight towards him. The vines just come cascading out in his direction.
All
I got
right.
it.
Indeed.
So that's going to be an opposed finesse roll.
What does the MP cost on stop?
If I recall, it's 4. Yep, 4.
So you're down to 10. All
Alright,
right.
Siri.
All right, opposed finesse. Also, we got boss music going now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
I just imagine it's just like when he realizes it's gone, it's just Aeon saying, "I got it," and then Rosa just like doing her thing.
He's angry.
Angry and
Angry tears in her eyes, just vines, very angry vines coming towards him. So, alright, so 9, 10. I'm gonna add a d6 to that destiny point.
I'm so glad
Alright.
I put so much into thievery.
It worked out well here.
Amazing.
You kleptomaniac Moogle, you came in handy!
Honey saved the day. No one
Yes,
left
Aeon
behind.
certainly did. That was beautifully done. It almost ended in
I am
disaster,
so
but you
proud of
pulled it
you.
off. Well fucking done.
I love
6.
you kleptomaniac!
Alright, destiny point spend at 16.
16. All right. He rolled a 12 total. So as you slam one of the ends of your bow into the ground, there's this sort of outward pulse of green, and then vines just suddenly push up out of the ground through patches of moss around Solus and snare him around the wrists and the torso and the thighs, and just one around his neck and just sort of hold him in place. So he is stopped for 4 rounds, but he does have the option to try and break out each round.
You're not gonna hurt anyone else!
Cassandra is
Wrong
running
button again.
ahead, calling up to Aeon. Aeon, nice work.
I did it, Sandra.
And now Sandra is going to be very pissed and going to breathe fire in the face of
Ironic.
breathe all the fire. So, and that hits everybody in like a melee range, right? Including this guy?
Yeah. I'll say it. Like it's from the center of your token. So that one is just out of
in.
range.
Okay, well, I guess still get these other two.
Yeah.
Then probably after that,
13.
13.
Kanara's gonna rush in.
Okay, that'll hit both.
18 magic armor damage.
All right. Give me just a second. I need to do a thing for myself. Because I forgot to do up his tooltip for quick reference. Okay, so da. All right, so that was 18 magic armor damage, you said?
Yep.
All right, comes out to a total of 16 points of damage as you come barreling in and just unleash this gout of flames over him and his buddy.
I mean, Cassandra could rush.
And opposed rolls for the blind effect. Yes.
For the blindness. 11.
11, and it's finesse, yes?
Nah, it's force.
Force, right, okay. So he rolled a 10, so he is blinded.
Yes, I'm pretty sure it's force.
May I just point out, Kanara could rush
Yeah, it's-
in, but
Yeah, it's force for
Kusan
the fire
is in the
breath
way.
and finesse for the lightning breath.
Okay. Alright, okay, so you managed to blind Solus, but you don't blind the swordsman next to him.
Well,
Alright, so that
give him
is...
as much debuffs as possible.
Alright, so that is Rosa, Cassandra. We'll say that
Alright,
Aeon
Kuna,
that
get in.
that Aeon technically started this fight with the thievery check, so Aeon still has a movement action, but that's about it for this turn.
Also, can I have Tears start moving in too?
Yeah, I'll have him move at on the ally turn order.
Rosa's going to just move up here.
The problem is, I think I might just be in range, but Cassandra's there, so would she be able to scooch over?
I'll just say
No, not that one. She might now. She's just focused on Solus right now. So that's how far she'd be able to go. Or if she does rush in, would Cassandra be able just to move to the left a bit?
Well, it depends. Did Cassandra use all of her movement already?
She was about there, so...
She's still got a bit of movement.
So yeah, Cassandra could.
one or two?
So I would allow Cassandra to sidestep to give Kunara room. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Because, yeah, she's just rushing him now.
Come on in, Wolf Lady.
Okay, that's a good roll. That hits, it definitely hits. That is 16.
16 to hit.
Yeah.
Hold on, so
The
that was a... Oh, yeah, because all the bonuses Kanara gets because of the bloody paradigm, and plus she's already got
Yeah.
like, accuracy. Anyway.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep. All right.
Yeah.
That'll hit. All right. Roll damage, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she has a currently +6 accuracy with the extra bonuses from paradigm.
Yeah. So that, yeah. A 6 and a 4 again. So 20 damage.
20 damage. Nice. So, after Cassandra breathes flames over Solus and the guy next to him, you quickly sidestep just as Kunara comes barrel charging in with this ferocious roar, greatsword swinging in for Solus and sort of... It's strange, like, Solus is stopped, but there's clearly still a force of intent surrounding the guy as your blade comes in that prevents you from just clefting him in twain. But the blade does still bite into, like, his shoulder an inch or so before that sort of surrounding force pushes the blade out.
For a little bit of flavor, when the sword comes out of one of those thorned vines kind of crawls into the wound just to cause a bit of extra pain.
Okay. Sure, I'll allow it. It won't do any
Rosa's
damage,
turned
but it's there.
demonic.
All right, so that just leaves Kai.
He has some form of resistance indeed.
Well, I gotta move because I'm literally like near the freaking back of the wall.
Yeah, you're a little far away at the moment.
You can get
If
about
you could
there.
move about there. Hang on a minute.
That's Tear.
Yeah, so didn't you move to here?
I'll
Yeah,
reposition
an
here on
ally.
the ally part of the turn order.
I mean, you could move about theirs, but there is a lot of bodies in the way, so to get a clear shot, we'll have to be somewhere about here.
Anywhere from
Or
about
shoot-
the midline, you can get clear shots.
Yeah, so like as shown here.
So like around here or
About
Yeah,
there.
you could work from there, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
You could hit just about any of these guys from there.
yeah. Either here if you want to try to get a shot on Solus or this guy. But I don't think you'd be able to hit this guy because there's a few bodies. Well, unless you go there, then I suppose you can because Aeon's flying.
Or you could do the age-old trick, since you already got your tools out, and throw acid in his face.
Chemical
Oh
spill.
my.
That would be good. Yeah, if you go about there, you could throw a passive in this guy's face.
Give him fire.
Teach
or
that
lightning
mage
weakness.
bastard the magics of science!
I know Kai. If I know Kai, she doesn't want any damage on her tools.
Hmm.
Oh, man.
So yeah, do you want to have a go about his? Get him.
Yeah, I'll give one of the swordsmen.
Jesus, he's got an avoidance of 9.
All right, you
9.
shoot. Okay, you're shooting at the southernmost of the swordsmen there, Kai? Going for chemical spill, I take it?
Yes.
Okay, let's see here.
Yeah, are we supposed to be able to see the tooltips of their accuracy, armor, magic armor, and avoidance?
I
that's what I see.
wish you couldn't, but for some reason you just can. Like, hold on
I
a
guess
second.
it-
Hold on a second. I'm gonna do a thing here. Can you still see Solus's?
Yep.
Well,
I think
I can't do anything about that, unfortunately.
There's normally a hide button, hasn't there, historically.
Not for tooltips. There's just a show or not show button, and if I'm not showing it, it's literally useless.
Hmm.
Alright, well, we'll deal with it. So,
Yeah. I mean, the bright side is it doesn't give away too much information of anything else. So.
Okay.
All right, so which elements are you wanting to make Solus take more damage from?
fire or lightning.
Lightning would be a good option.
Wait, are you going for the swordsman or Solus? You were going for the
Solus.
swordsman, right?
Let's do Solus and let's do Solus.
Hmm.
All right, so I'll
Do
move
what
you
you
right
want to
there
do,
then.
don't let anyone pressure you to do it.
Yep.
I was normally
Yep.
gonna go for the swordsman because then less problems.
Hmm. True.
All right, so I believe there is an opposed roll involved with chemical spill.
Opposed?
Because you're imposing a thing on them, and he has a chance to resist it. Let's see here,
engineer,
standard
chemical
action.
spill, yes.
It's an opposed force check.
Hmm. You know what? Let's go with fire.
All right.
Fire is always a good one.
Hey, we have a dragon.
Mostly because it's my favorite element.
All right, going for Solus, yes?
Swordsman.
Swordsman, okay.
Probably wise. Then it'd be less guards for him to protect him.
That was my original plan, but everyone said Solus.
No, like, say, let her choose. So, yeah, swordsman.
All
I
right.
just gave it optional.
Okay, what is this damn...
So it's your force. 2d6 plus your force.
Plus my force?
Yes.
Okay.
And your
Okay.
force is 3.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I had to look at my sheet for 5 times. $14.
14. That beats his 12. So you sort of pull out a specialized bullet from your pouch, slot it into your gun, point at him, and fire it off. It shatters harmlessly against him without doing any damage when it strikes him, but there's this goosh of just oil, flammable oil that just coats him, and he's like, "Ugh, what the f-" And it is at this point that Solus is going to spend a destiny point to take a destiny action to try and break out of the effects of the stop spell.
Now listen here, you little shit.
Right,
Hey,
so-
let him. He used up his destiny. He can't do a limit break. Or if he even has one.
Depends how many destiny he has. He might be
so-
endboss level, which when he has multiple.
Right, so this is a finesse check, yes?
Yep, and I'm adding another C to keep that bastard penned.
Well, he rolled a critical success.
Oh,
Never
no.
mind.
Yeah.
Listen, he's trying to kill us.
Yeah.
All right, so
I rolled a 12, but yeah.
all right, so after a second of us struggling against the vines and getting beat up on, Solus just lets out this sort of pushes out his arms and the vines just just shatter off of him, turning into little shards of glassy ice before just shattering against the ground. And the air around him just suddenly turns bitterly cold.
Damn, didn't even get one turn out of that. God damn it.
All right, it
Oh,
is.
again, you made him spend a destiny.
All right, it is
Now.
to Tiamat. Where do you want Tiamat to go, Cassandra?
Right between Rosa and Kai.
All right, he kind of slithers between them. And with that, it is to the enemies. Let's see
Oh, at
here.
least we got the thing away from him. We can't use the hostages against us anymore.
Yeah, but I'm scared he's actually probably gonna go after me because I still have it.
Leg it.
Leg it!
Well,
I'm
he's
gonna-
got two very imposing women between him and you.
Okay, I had a whole army when I was Chira and I had to run away while casting a spell still, and he was still after me.
Yeah.
Give me a second
Yeah, maybe
here.
old grandma.
Also, he's blind, so he probably can't see you.
Honey.
Yes.
I got bitch. No, I don't know if he was blind. I think he was confused.
Probably confused. Again, he's blind. He cannot see you.
I still got hit when somebody was blind.
Let's see here. Solus,
Hard for him to hit.
let's hear Solus with a growl of frustration is going to lift up a hand and drop it down towards. He's going to drop it down towards Cassandra. He's going to make an accuracy check. Never mind. He rolled a critical failure.
Big log all over again.
As all things should be.
All right, so as he's reaching his hand towards you, Cassandra, you sort of bring the butt of your spear up and sort of smack the hand away.
Yeah, no.
Huh, like master, like thug.
With that, Solus is going to use his movement action to move himself over here.
Hi. You're a
no,
dick.
You don't.
And the two swordsmen are going to move into a position to try and divide up the battlefield. And both are going to make attack rolls against Kunara.
Oh.
You
Worst
poor,
idea.
poor bastards.
Like I said, worst idea.
All right, so the first one hits.
Where's my wires for charging?
Probably the second one too.
Second
They have
one,
it.
the second one misses, actually.
Oh.
He only rolled a 6. All right,
Wow.
so. All right, so that is 22 points of damage against Kunara. As you sort of manage to block one of the incoming strikes with your shield, but another one sort of darts in and sort of finds a gap in your breastplate and sort of scrapes against the side of your chest.
Wait, which was the one that hit her?
The one that hit you was the one that's soaked in oil.
He's gonna die. Although, probably to fire.
All right, with that,
I'll
it
focus
is
on the other
to
one.
the party.
Rosa, before you do that attack, Rosa is going to run towards the gate, put herself between the hostages and them, and then is going to begin a cast of shell for everyone using green wall.
All right,
Ah.
all right, that is a slow action, yes?
Yeah, it's a spell. It's an ability, but it's also a spell. So,
All right. All right, so that is Rosa's go.
Also, question.
Yes.
Is Tier's attack only hits one enemy or everybody?
Let's check what it says on your sheet, shall we? Let's see here. Cassandra. Animal companion. A single enemy, dealing your highest attribute times your nature skill plus 2d6 fire magic armor damage.
Now, I probably want to say the bigger threat. The biggest threat is obviously him. So should I use Tyr's ability against him, even though the other guy over here is taking more fire damage right now?
I mean, Kanara's basically is locked on him.
Okay, so I'm gonna have Tyr fly over here between him and the door, and breathe fire in his face.
Ooh.
All right. Does that require an accuracy check, or does it just hit?
Just hits, if I recall, is the same
I'd
ability
say if
Fluffy
it's the
has.
same thing as Fluffy's, I don't think it requires an accuracy check.
All right.
So once per combat, big fuck you.
So the nature skill times my highest attribute.
Yes.
So that would be my power, which is 10. So that's 30.
30 plus 2d6.
Then we'll need to do an opposed roll for poison. 39.
39.
Magic armor fire damage.
Yep. So Timur sort of scampers forward, lifts his head up, flames sort of rise up his chest and all along his long, slender body. He sort of briefly glows like a rod of steel freshly pulled out of the forge before unleashing a gout of flames over Solus's form, and you hear him going, "Arr!" And the opposed roll to try and inflict poison, framed in our case as just the flames, catching on fire and burning him. What is the roll there?
Should be force. $11.
Need to roll again.
Uh-oh.
Come on, dice. Any day now.
Not me.
The dice do not want to roll.
That's weird.
It is weird.
Yeah, let me
Maybe. You want to try again?
refresh.
Come on,
There
digital
There
dice.
it is.
Oh,
Oh no. Unfortunately,
Fuck you, digital dice.
Are
Bit
you?
of a failure.
unfortunate, but such is the way the cookie crumbled. So, as the flames sort of wash over Solus's body, there's this brief moment where you can see bits of his clothes starting to catch fire, but then like his hand sort of clenches around his staff, the blue orb on the end shines brightly, and the flames just suddenly go out as his clothes frost over and become soaked with moisture.
He's some kind of ice mage or something. From what
There
I'm
was an ice
Cassandra.
trap set up, so I imagine
So-
yes.
I can still. So that's
Cassandra.
Tier takes up my standard action. I can still move, right?
Yes, though you can't move through any space that's occupied by other tokens.
Mm-hmm.
I,
Cassandra.
so hold on.
Hi.
3, 7. What are you doing?
Sorry,
It's Cassandra's turn. Go back. It's-
I have
So
to do the
Cassandra's gonna
measurements.
go over here and join Tier between Solus and the door.
All right. Can
Oh.
you get there?
Yes, if Kunara moved back to her original position.
Which was about here.
So again, I was about right here, so I can.
Okay, yeah, you can just about make it. All right, so you run over to join Tiermith in front of Solus. All right,
Mhm.
and that wraps up your turn. Rosa already went. Has Kunara gone yet?
Not yet. We've been doing a bit of measurements. But then again,
I thought you were focusing on the swordsmith.
Because
Maybe you can pen in the guy.
Kanara's more focused on this guy at the moment. He's giving those daggers looks. But she can move in to strike. I believe just doing them one more time to make sure. Yeah. So he's pretty pinned at the moment.
Dragon and Dragoon and a mama wolf walked into a bar.
And told this guy,
Solus said,
"Oh, how
ouch."
fucked you are."
And there goes the other dice.
Okay, so there's 1-1.
Yeah, I have to roll the other one.
So I
Or
can
do
see.
you want me to re-roll both?
Re-roll the other one.
And 2. Oh no.
So, hang on a sec. Doing the maths.
That's 3 plus whatever your. Well, it
hits, 10.
6. Yeah.
Is it? No, 9.
9.
9. So it just hits.
Solus is going to use an instant reaction ability of his.
Oh.
So, Kunara, as you come barreling around and bring your blade up with a snarl to try and strike him, Solus lifts a hand up and this sudden wall of ice appears from his hand in front of you like a shield, and your blade hits against it and shatters it, but unfortunately does not reach Solus. He was able to, once per day as an instant action, increase his avoidance by 2 for 1 attack, so he was able to deflect your attack.
Avoidance, basically.
Yeah.
Or whatever it's called.
It's the evasion job ability.
Evasion. That was it.
Yeah, he had that. It was
I know
great.
that one too well.
All right, so that is Kunara's go.
Mm-hmm.
That just leaves, I believe, Aeon and Kai. The short folk.
Short folk. Okay, sorry, 1 second.
Considering he's literally, my own boyfriend is literally taller than me.
Okay.
Hello.
Okay, sorry. I'm going to just move pretty much my action. I kind of want to stay away from him at this point. So how far can I go if I don't use an action?
You can move up to 2 medium ranges in a single turn if you replace one of your standard actions with a second movement.
Okay.
Although, what's with that door up there?
It's a wall, isn't it? But I am curious about it too, a facade or something.
The brown thing up there is another door on the north.
I knew it. I don't trust another door.
Sort of escape route.
Is the door like behind Rosa open?
What?
Is the way like behind Rosa, like is that open where the hostages are?
No, that gray wall behind Rosa is the wall is the vertical bars, and they're too small to pass through. Like it's clearly like a cell door that just kind of got ramshackle installed there.
Okay. I don't trust him. I don't want to trust this.
I mean-
Or you could always throw meteorites at him.
Okay, let me see. I'll do that. I just want to still move away. So how much is, because I know this thing is a little weird with the medium range. Like how much is medium range for
One medium
minute
range?
on action?
One
Okay,
meteorite.
so
Right
okay,
there.
because it's weird how this is. Okay, there you go.
You can move 1 medium range, so that means you could park yourself. You could park yourself like about here.
Right there. Okay, yeah, that's where I was gonna move. Okay, so
Around this radius.
okay,
All right, you're casting meteorite.
yes,
Swift cast or no?
swift cast.
Okay, let me just double check and make sure that that's actually legal. That's a once per combat. Okay, yes, it's once per combat. So yes, you can do that.
Once per
Tom,
combat,
stop
so-
it.
I like this song.
It is a good song, but it's not cute when you do it.
Ignis breaking the universe.
So only the Moogle can hum. Okay, so roll.
I'm allowed to harm, and everyone said I did it well. I just like the music.
All right, what is the
I don't
MP
think I
cost?
do it well.
What is the MP cost of meteorite?
8.
8. Okay.
I think it's
All right.
the weaker power I have. Yes. Okay, 2d6 plus 30. Go.
37. And that hits everybody.
It does indeed. So Aeon
Gumballs!
sort of keeping to the roof, you quickly withdraw a ways back from the battlefield, not wanting to be too close to the Solus guy. And you sort of lift your wand up, and a rift opens up behind you. Hard candies and purple flaming rocks come flying out and pepper the battlefield. And the swordsmen both sort of stagger back a bit.
And Solus?
And Solus got hit as well. And he took damage as well. And now that just leaves Kai.
Oh god.
You do it.
I'm literally in the corner.
Attack time.
Protect me.
Gave the muggle.
Especially with that intense scene, I was like in the corner.
Oh, God.
It's fine. Only 3 people died in the making of this episode.
Wow.
My God, Tom.
Okay. Okay. You know what? Let's get something on Solus. How about that one?
You gonna do what?
Because chemical spill is still on the one of the swordsmen, and I was
Ye-
like, you know what? I'm not
yeah.
gonna...
Yeah, the one with
Yeah,
the orange
chemical spill
circle.
lasts until he gets hit by the element that you gave him.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, you can definitely just throw another one on Solus if you wished.
Stop giving me ideas. You know what? Let's do chemical spill on Solus. This is...
All right. That's an opposed force check, yes?
Come on, you can do it. You believed in me. I believe in you.
Oh my god.
The strength of belief.
How about, honey?
Use that dynamis.
Shush.
Let's go, Kai. Let's go, Kai. Let's go, Kai.
Everybody in the back is cheering.
My goodness, this looks...
We as people do not advocate acid attacks. Anyway.
Okay, force, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Ooh. 11.
11? It's just shy. Sorry.
He's an end boss, right?
All right.
Unless there's something bigger through that door up ahead. You know,
Please don't
Sea of
say
the Plague style.
Please don't say that.
Can't wait for Kanara to go, bye, and run away.
Shut
Heck?
up, Tom.
There we go.
Wait, who?
Remember your reaction to the Sea of the Plague when we found that it was just a
Yeah,
veil.
but remember, this is Kanara, not Alistair.
Do not degrade the joke, oh wolf lady.
Did you just call your own character Alistair? You put a t on there needlessly like you used to do with Gil? You give him you give him a handful of
call
months
him-
and he forgets his own damn character's name.
You used to call
I
him
had a rough
Alistair.
day. And Ari will fetch for that before
Well,
even coming here.
I've listened to the early sessions. You called him Alistair a lot. Yeah.
Honey, don't put me.
Yeah.
Don't put me in the conversation. I'm literally in the corner because I'm literally just. I'm done.
All right, well, either way, as it is, Kayana. So you point your gun and fire off another one of those chemical spill bullets to try and make Solus vulnerable, but unfortunately, like he sort of like tilts his head to the side and just manages to dodge it.
You
And
are
on that-
being busy, Mystic.
And let's see here. On that note, Solus is going to spend another Destiny point to begin a Destiny action.
Slow action.
Indeed. That'll go off when his next turn starts.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
Hey, the more Destiny he uses, less likely he'll be able to use his limit break.
Unless he's about to kill us, you know.
All right, so with that, that brings us to the ally turn order. I'm just going to have the hostages just fucking tuck themselves away.
Skajama.
Yes?
You can art repository when you get a chance.
Oh, nice. Very nice. I like that. That's a good one.
Moments before strangling, smothering, and crying.
Is it just wrong that look?
All right,
Rosa just
so
looks so adorable, just like hanging back there, just like I'm not
I
breathing,
am
I'm not
being
breathing, I'm not breathing.
the stealth
Very
half elf.
quiet.
all right, so as it is, Tiermith doesn't have any other actions he
I
can
love it.
take, and he wasn't commanded to move, so he's going to hold position. That brings us back to the enemy turn, and Solus's slow action instantly goes off.
Oh dear. What is it?
He lifts his staff up, brings it down onto the ground. There's this loud cacophonous, and then there's this outward flying blue pulse before sort of rising up in two different places, one behind Tiermith and one behind Kunara. These swirling masses of blue magic energy with a crystal forming in the middle.
Oh, God.
What?
Oh no.
What
Familiars!
is...
This really is the scene of the plague.
Hopefully they aren't that strong. We'll find out.
Let's see here. And then Solus is going to... He's going to just take a step back, and he is going to cast Focused... He's going to cast Focused Blizzard on Cassandra. And this counts as an attack, so he has an accuracy check, which means only 1d6
but-
because blinded.
Because blind.
Let's see here. So that is going to be...
But he has a high accuracy.
As a 10 to hit.
With only a 1d6?
He rolled a 4 and his
Yep.
accuracy is 5, and this attack gets a bonus.
Damn.
All right, so... That will be
Oh dear.
a total, after calculations, 31 points of ice damage.
Ouch.
Oh.
As he levels, as he levels his staff towards you, and there's a sudden outward thrust of ice that sort of punctures into various parts of you, Cassandra, and sort of the ice and frost starts trying to creep across you. I need you to make an opposed force check.
Can we go back to the enemies outside who couldn't touch us?
Post force.
Yes.
Only one more turn. I'm about to do shell on everyone.
13. He rolled a 13, so unfortunately, no. So you are stunned. Your next turn will be skipped.
Sandra!
Yeah, I might need some help, guys.
Let's see here. And the two swordsmen are going to keep up what they were doing before, and they're just going to keep trying to gang up on Kunara.
Sierra's the biggest threat, the big wolf lady with the anime
You're
sword.
what? You're literally about to die if you try.
All right,
I
so
can't.
so
I have
first
one
attack
Phoenix.
hits. So first attack hits, second attack hits. So
Oh
let's see
no.
here, so the first one will be 21 damage to Kunara.
The other one needs to roll low.
Kunara, you are unconscious. You took 20 points of damage.
Kidding me?
Last one! The last one!
So as you are engaged with this person, as you're just trying to bang Solus into submission, you hear armored footsteps behind you. You turn around and you manage to parry one blow, but your blade gets knocked wide and you don't quite have enough time to lift up your shield to catch the next one, and it sort of arcs across your, sort of down the front of your face, leaving this big nasty gash along your snout that sends you reeling right into the returning broadside of the other blade that crunches into your face over your eyes. There's the sound of your nose sort of breaking, and you sort of crumple to the ground unconscious.
No!
All right.
God damn it.
Kuna!
Let's see here. And I need to double check something real quick. I need to double check and see if the familiars can even act this turn.
Oh, come on. They just got summoned.
They did. That's why I'm double checking this. I'm trying to.
Honey.
This is not going well.
Not all fights are supposed to be a breeze!
Let's see here.
The DM just happy that he's shitting us up this time.
First actual.
Okay,
First
so
time
it said.
somebody's actually
Okay, so the familiars are on the field, but the ruling in the book says that they arrive at the end of the round. So I'll say no, they cannot presently take actions, but I will allow them to move. So I'll just have them hold position for the moment. It comes back to the party. First thing that happens, Rosa, your shell goes off.
Right as you shout out that no, big pulse of green energy wraps around everyone except Kunara because it kind of goes towards her and then just fizzles out, sadly.
Indeed. And upon that note, Rosa, you just saw Kunara drop. And for
Yes,
a
I
brief
was
moment,
hoping
sort
for
of
this.
in the back of your head, you kind of recall that sort of moment where Kunara expressed those sentiments back at the inn of the person you reminded her of, that cub that she had an attachment to. And there's just this rush of adrenaline. Would you like to use your tier 1 limit break?
Oh.
Let me think about it for a moment. Yeah.
Let me think about it for a moment.
Let me think about it for a
So,
moment.
yeah, there's that big pulse of energy. It goes towards everyone. It's going towards Kunara. Can't find her, just fizzles out. The rest of you have this green shell come around you, so you will have shell. Thanks for all rounds. But then the energy that was going towards Kunara fizzling out, then reignites, pulls back towards Rosa. She begins, like, through gravity, just begins to float slightly in the air. The green energy is swirling and swirling around her. It's blinding, like if you're looking at her, you can't physically see her right now. Before it begins shooting off in every single direction towards all of you, and all of the prisoners as well.
Oh, nice.
Just everyone she currently considers a friend and ally, someone she wants to protect and save. And on top of the shell, a second barrier of reflect forms on all of you. And all of you feel this renewed vigor and strength, as for the next round, all of you have +1 to your avoidance and +1 to your accuracy. No, sorry, +2 to each, rather.
Nice.
Before
And
she...
they have reflect.
Yeah. Before she
Nice.
descends back to the ground, glaring at Solus like a rice glowing slightly green as she just beelines in that direction.
Okay.
Stopping there,
Okay, so as a
kneeling down
reminder
next to
that
Kanara,
Okay.
and doing a Phoenix down.
Okay. Should be reminded that the limit break did count as your standard action.
Okay, never mind.
So-
I
so-
thought that
yeah,
was a
so-
freebie for wrestling.
Yeah, so
So who has the Phoenix then?
I do.
Okay.
It was one of her parents' gifts.
Okay, well, Cassandra can't do anything because stun. So fuck
But
you.
she is still beelining in that direction, stopping next to Kanara.
all right.
Actually, no. Actually, hold on. Is there a space between? She is.
There is not enough room for you to squeeze through, unfortunately.
Alright, but she is stopping next to Kanara there.
All right. Okay, Cassandra, you are stunned. You can't do anything. Kunara is unconscious. So that leaves Aeon and Kayana.
Oh
Can I-
god.
Can I ask a question?
You may.
This bracelet that I have, I can't use it to my advantage, right? Like I don't remember, what does the bracelet do again?
Controls the
Prisoners.
hostages.
It's just the prisoners. Like it's not like
Nah.
it's just linked to them.
Far as you know.
Yep.
Damn it! I was see if I could control the swordsman.
You can't, I'm afraid.
Ray.
And unless they were wearing those bracelets, you can't.
There's a thought.
It was a thought. This is not good.
I mean, you got more protection now than you did a minute ago, so.
Yeah,
Also-
but I'm still under half health.
Also, another thing you might notice, when the glow fades, there's a lot more foliage in this cave than there was previously.
Oh yeah, like flowers and things are sort of rising up from the floor.
Cool. So, I do ask that, like, I know Hun can't get to me, but I do ask that Kai, like, if I'm stunned, someone can still give me a potion, right?
It's only one. I could still get to you in one
Oh, you can
medium
give me-
range.
Awesome. So, I'm stunned, but I can still, like, take a potion from somebody, right?
You can take a
Yeah.
potion if they are the ones using it, yes.
I need health.
I'm going.
'Cause I am surrounded.
Aeon just gets mad seeing Sandra hurt, so he just rushes to her. Sandra! And just I have potions, right? I do have potions before I assume this. Yes, I do. I have a potion. I just
Okay.
chug it down her throat.
All right,
What?
regular potion.
Yes, just a regular one. The
All
only
right,
one I
that is
have.
25% of Cassandra's max HP back.
Awesome.
So that is 15 HP back to Cassandra.
Then I'll take away a potion from my thing.
Awesome. What does the Kai do?
I wanted to get Yunara like a potion, but I think since she's not
It won't work.
Yeah,
Kunara is not drinking anything right now.
Yeah,
It won't
unfortunate.
work because he's down.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't even get to Kunara because of the clustered crowd. And even if you could, a potion won't help Kunara right now. A Phoenix down would.
I have it. I can't use
Only
it yet.
Rosa has one.
Yeah, might as well hit one of the swordsmen.
All right. Accuracy check. You get a +2 to that from Rosa, so it's currently 2d6 plus 4.
Plus one from.
26
Oh
plus
no,
4.
there's no paradigm shift right now, is there?
Because
Kunara's
Kunara is
down.
act.
Yep.
Okay, plus 4, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Which one are you
16.
shooting?
Crit.
Oh, 16. That is a critical hit. Which one are you shooting?
The one that has the
All right, the one
The
They're
directly
next to you.
Yeah, basically next to me. The one nearest to me, basically.
Okay.
Alright.
All
that's
right.
crit.
So that will be 2d6 plus 14 points of damage.
Avenge Kanar.
Avenge.
Not dead yet.
No, but it's not going to be pretty when she does get up.
Solus is gonna do.
Yeah, at least enemies still have to take a slow action to kill her.
If he's an end boss level, he can just kill her.
Hmm.
Okay, I have to roll for damage, right?
Yep, 2d6 plus 14, because it's a critical hit.
Plus 14?
Yeah,
Yeah.
doubles your
Doubles.
your damage output because it's a critical hit.
Okay. 20.
20. Nice. So you lift up your gun and sort of put it like right at like the tailbone of this guy, and you fire off the shot, and there's like this boom, this sort of explosion of blood that flies out his front as the bullet punches through him, and he staggers forward a few paces, and then turns his glare squarely on you.
Yeah, just Kai just giving him like that smug.
All right, I'm pretty sure that's all right. So I'm pretty sure that's everyone.
That's everyone.
What about Tiamat?
Oh,
Did he do
boy.
anything
Alright.
or not?
Well, Tiamat can't take any meaningful attack actions without Cassandra's command, and he's already breathed fired this fight. So what
Yeah,
he's
Tyr
so what he's
can't do anything else this fight.
so what he's going to do instead is he's going to sort of slither through everyone's feet to sort of get to Kunara,
Oh.
and Tiamat is just going to climb on top of Kunara and just sort of like curl up on top of her protectively.
Aw.
And like just sort of like baring his teeth and flaring his wings at the swordsman, just back off. So let's see here. So Cassandra, if you could make an intimidation check on Tiamat's behalf.
Intimidation. I don't think we have that.
Okay, then just a force check then.
Yeah,
Force or negotiation, whichever you prefer.
there should be intimidation, I think.
Intimidation.
Well,
12. All right, the two swordsmen sort of back up a bit.
yeah, dragon, scary.
All right, it is to the enemy's turn.
Oh boy, let's see if I survive.
So
See if
Solus.
Gennaro survives.
So Solus
Again.
cannot see. It should be remembered at present he is still blinded.
Oh
So that will only last
yeah.
for one more round. So Solus. Let's see here. What is Solus gonna do?
He's
Shoot in the
gonna
dark,
shoot
I
magic at
guess.
me.
Does that mean he doesn't know that Reflect is up? And Shell?
Mm-hmm.
As it is, after a second, Solus is going to sort of turn and like wiggle his way out of this cluster of bodies, park himself back here, sort of closer towards the entrance, and once he's there, he's going to spin around and is going to begin a slow action.
Oh no.
If that's magic against us, it won't be pretty for him.
Oh no.
All right, so that completes his turn. I'll go ahead and have his familiars act now.
No, no.
So the first familiar, let's see here, is going to fly up to Cassandra and is going to use Frost.
Is that magic?
Oh.
It targets magic armor, but it's not a spell.
So no, you can't reflect it. But shell still protects me with half damage.
Yeah.
All right, so that will hit. Let's see here. So let's see. It doesn't really hurt all that bad. As the creature comes flying up to you and this frost wave sort of comes out of it, you realize that these familiars aren't necessarily very strong, as the sort of little ice bullets sort of shatter harmlessly against your armor, and only one of them leaves like a really tiny cut on your cheek, and you take 3 points of damage. Between your magic armor and the shell spell, that did basically nothing.
Thank God.
The other familiar is going to come for Rosa, and is going to do the same thing. So let's see here.
Remember, we have +2 to our avoidance.
That is true, so it doesn't even hit. So as it comes swirling in, sort of unleashes this sort of buckshot spray of little ice pellets. They just sort of bounce harmlessly off of your barrier.
She doesn't even look at it. She's just too busy tending to Kanara.
Let's see here. The swordsman who is covered in oil and got shot through the bladder by Kyanna is going to focus on Kyanna.
Oh.
So let's see here. So Kyanna, you are hit.
Now is that shell and protect, or is it just shell?
It's just shell. Shell and reflect. So let's see. So that is 21 points of damage to Kyanna, bringing you down to 39.
Oh, wow.
As a soldier sort of spins towards you and is like, "Face me, you little runt!" and thrusts his blade down at you, and you sort of duck back, but it still leaves like a little, sort of a little vertical slice down the front of your chest. The other swordsman is going to focus on you, Rosa, identifying your protective magics as a threat. Oh dear, that is a very high roll.
Oh boy.
Or
If he were using a lance, that would have been a critical success. So he hits you.
what was the roll?
A 6 and a 5 plus his accuracy of 3.
Yep.
So
Yeah.
14 to hit.
Yep.
All right, so With your low armor being what it is, you take 27 points of damage. As this guy comes in with his blade and sort of, like, doesn't, like, stab you super deep, but still leaves a very noticeable sort of slice along the side of your midriff.
I don't have time for you!
All right. So with that, it is back to the party. First thing. Cassandra, you hear Rosa letting out that bellowing shout, and you kind of look over, and you see that she just suffered a very serious wound. And, you know, seeing how many enemies there are sort of ganging up on you all right now, and everyone's hurt, and, you know, it doesn't look to be going as well as you would like. There's a sudden flash rush of adrenaline as you briefly think back to your meeting with Ebony and Tonley and Murasu. The promise to keep Rosa safe. Would you like to use your limit break?
Yes.
All right, pick a target.
I want him.
The one that... Oh, Solus? You're focusing on Solus?
Yes.
All right. I figured you'd be focusing down the one that was ganging up on Rosa, but all right.
He, as much as... Actually...
Well, he's also doing a slow cast, too.
Okay, actually, question.
Yes?
I know it says on my sheet that it's a single, but since what we talked about, since it's based on one of my abilities, wouldn't it hit everybody in the medium range?
No, it would still only be single target.
Damn you.
That's how it works.
Yay.
Again, as much as, yes, the swordsman is bad, but again, Solus over there is doing a bigger bad.
I mean, it's a spell, and he doesn't know we have Reflect up. Because he's blind.
That is a good point.
I know, but
And plus,
Also, we need to take everyone's timers down by 1.
so I mean, again, like she's knowing that this is not going well. The swordsmen, yes, are bad, but he's worse. And Reflect or not, we don't know what kind of spell is going to go off, so she's a little more concerned with him.
All right.
Plus, what this is going to do, I'm really hoping that this will just stop him altogether.
All right.
So, running up to him, you all see her inhale, thinking, oh, she's just going to do another fire breath or lightning. But then you see the part of her chest plate and up to about the base of her neck turn a different color. Not red, not yellow. You see it take a more inky black color.
Should
And
also be
as it's-
noted that your scarf and the ends of your lance are sort of billowing in an unseen breeze, and the lance is glowing at the same time.
Mhm. And as it builds up towards her mouth, you see just a little wisp of black smoke-like substance. start to
Oh, that
leak out
boss
her
music
mouth.
shift is perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is basically a
And-
remix of a certain someone's theme
Mhm.
that just came into play
Cool.
here.
No, that's why I just clicked it.
So, yes.
Oh, you did that.
The song just ended, and it was right there, so you know.
Nice.
So, yes. You all will see her do this as she unleashes the power in her mouth, and a gigantic, forceful wave of black, ink-like substance billows out and towards Solus.
All right, roll your damage. Alrighty.
And that's shadow damage, if that means anything.
He's humanoid.
Indeed. So 49 points of damage in total.
And I'm going to do, and it also gets something else.
Yes.
So as it clears, you see it kind of linger around him a little bit. So I am going to do this, and just because, well, I'm going to see what I roll first before I do anything.
And remind me, is this a force or a finesse opposition?
Force. So that's 12. So I'm going to add a point of destiny to that for shits and giggles.
All right.
I don't want this to fail. I'm going to add another one. You guys. I'm going to add another one. You guys.
God.
So 7, that's 19.
He rolled a 10.
So I didn't even need to do that.
You didn't. But either way, that's fine for both of the effects. And they are...
So he is now inflicted with stop and poison.
All right.
You all have just witnessed the Shadow Dragon breath.
Yay!
All right. So as the shadow is...
Dark Knight.
Yep, so as the ink and shadow are sort of lingering around Solus, you see, like, you can kind of hear him silently screaming as his muscles lock up and the magic he was gathering comes to a cease. And you just see, like, his skin just starting to just develop sores and rashes. He is being melted.
That was for every one you burn.
All
and
right.
for my friends.
All right. So that is Cassandra's turn. Who next?
Rosa is sacrificing her movement action to give a phoenix down to Kanara.
All right, so you sort of kneel down by Kunar, reach into your pouch, and as you do, Tiamat, sort of recognizing that the enemy attention is largely off of him for the moment, sort of curls off, bares his teeth at the swordsman who's ganging up on you, making back off for a second, then turns to you. Come on, come on, come on, come on! And you pull out the little red feather, you lay it on Kunara's chest, and there's a... And Kunara, you come back to consciousness with 1 hit point.
And
Which,
with,
at the moment, she's motionless but breathing.
the moment she sees the breath, Rosa lets out a sigh of relief, and whips up, arrow out, and just literally an arrow right in the guy's face who hit her, and just lets it go.
All right, accuracy check.
Is Paradigm Shift back up now that Kanara's...
It is not, no. Kunara would need to
All
spend
right.
a standard action to reapply that.
But she has no action at the moment.
Still have +1 from Wolverine anyway, so that's dead on 8.
Deadeye?
So dead on
Ah,
7.
7. Yeah, that'll hit. Roll damage.
Yeah, so it was a 5 and a 1, and I have +1. Wait, no, that was a 5 and a 1, so 6, 7, 8, and I... Yeah, sorry, no, it was an 8, not a 7. The maths! There, I get tired. Still it's 26 points of damage.
26 points of damage. All right, so you sort of turn with your arrow, point it right at this guy's, right at his belly, right where the rib cage transitions to the stomach, and thwink, point blank range, and he staggers back as there's this little sort of squirt of blood that sort of splashes against your face from it.
Oh god.
All right, that is Rosa.
Yeah, and anyone watching will note for the moment, she didn't flinch when the blood hit her.
Oh,
Oh.
so
Let's see here. I'm checking something. Okay, the game doesn't specify in the rules where I'm looking right now if you can act immediately upon getting revived or not.
We have historically.
So yeah, so Kunara, you can act if you want.
Oh, okay. At the moment, she's winded and out of breath, and pretty much, let's see.
I'd recommend a
believe I
potion.
That's what I'm checking. If I do have any left, let's see. Yeah, I have two. What else do we have? But probably won't help, so yeah. Guess as she comes to, grabs potion and just starts to drink it.
All right, that'll give you back 16 hit points.
Yeah.
So that's your standard action. I assume you use your movement action to just stand back up.
Mm-hmm. Well, she was drinking.
Either that, or you could use your movement action to drink up and then assume a defensive stance while still on the ground to have incoming damage.
Hmm.
Also an
Although,
option.
That sounds like a good idea.
question. If she manages to stand, could Paradigm Shift activates again?
You
Or
would need
not?
a standard action for that, so...
Uh,
So you could
You
you could drink a potion and then activate Paradigm Shift but stay on the ground. Drink your potion and then assume a defensive stance while still on the ground to take less damage, or drink a potion and then just get up.
I would do the defensive stance.
won't really offer much defense though. She is pretty bad shape.
I mean,
is.
one of them hitting you right now would probably knock you out again. Halved, so you'd probably stay up.
Hmm.
And one of them, I'm pretty sure, is going to try and hit me and not you because I just put an arrow in him. And you know, there's a angry cat girl with blood on her face glaring murder at him. So
Yeah, I guess she struggles back onto her feet and tries to form a defensive stance. Well, also.
that's actually a point. The first thing Kanara will see when she wakes up if she sees Rosa is Rosa.
Yeah, that's pretty much given her the motivation to stand up, realizing that things ain't.
Yeah,
This fight's not over yet.
Rosa looking a little maddened with blood covering her face, and she doesn't seem concerned by it.
All right, so Kanara, you said you're assuming a defensive stance?
Yeah, but as
Alright.
she gets up and using her sword to lever herself off of the ground,
You
puts her hand on her
hey,
shoulder of Rosa.
hey, stop a second. You don't get to get up if you're assuming a defensive stance. That consumes your other action. You're still prone.
Oh, I just thought that offensive stance would be that because
No, you're you're covering
ground.
yourself with your shield. You're turtling.
Ah, that makes sense.
Yep. You can't talk to Rosa yet. You just woke up from being near dead.
Well, I wasn't gonna talk to her, just pat her
Yeah,
on
yeah,
the
yeah,
shoulder.
Fun fact. Before Solus went and ran over to where he's standing now, I rolled a d6, and if he had rolled a 6, he would have initiated an action to kill Kunara.
A slow action or an action?
Ah,
I mean, you can let him knock one of you out and find out.
I'm good.
Yeah, how about,
No.
how about now?
no,
He's
no,
not
no, no,
knocking
no, no, no,
anybody
no,
out
no,
right
no.
now.
So either way, that is Cassandra, that is Kunara. Pretty sure that's Rosa. All right, so short stacks, you're up.
No.
Oh my god.
Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong.
Well, I'll be back while you do
If
that.
you call me that in
Alright.
IRL, I swear to god I'm gonna freaking punch you.
I don't know. I like being short, so
I don't like being called short.
I'm
Alright.
fine with it.
Okay, Edward.
Okay.
I just pressed the button by accident. Oh no. It was just a typing thing, it's okay. I'm like, why did I type?
I gotta go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
You okay?
I'm good. I'm going to go to Kuna and give her a potion.
Okay.
Aww.
Another 16
Aeon's
hit points.
just being support.
All right.
Such
Another,
support.
all right, another 16 hit points back to Kunara. Kayana, you're up.
Okay. Yeah, let's
Down to
see.
one.
I haven't done one to Solus, so let's get a hit on Solus.
Just gonna shoot your gun at him.
E.
All right, accuracy check.
Okay, just a regular or
At this point, yeah, it'll just be 2d6 plus 2. The commando stance is off, and the bonus granted by Rosa's limit break has faded at this point.
Just want to make sure I do not have the wrong thing. Okay. 11.
That hits. Roll damage. 2d6 plus your dex.
I don't know how to type. What is wrong with me?
I don't know.
What I miss?
Kayana is shooting Solus.
That scared me.
Looks like Han gave Kunara another potion.
Yep, Aeon is just playing support right now.
Emotional support
point.
Moogle.
I am emotional support Moogle. There we go.
Even when she's not technically a healer, Han can't help but tend to the other side.
Somewhere
Okay.
inside there is a very old Numo whispering in Uno's metaphorical ear.
All right, so gunshot rings out through the cave. Sort of the bullet sort of scrapes by Solus's side and sort of bites through his clothes a little bit, leaving this nasty little gash where you can kind of see the palish skin underneath starting to bleed.
Pale.
And yeah, the guy deals with a lot of cold. And he's been
I guess
covering
he might
himself in frost this whole fight. Yeah, he's cold. All right,
Okay.
that is everyone.
Yeah,
Tiermith is
ours-
going to hold position. It is back to the enemy turn.
Solus loses 25% of his
20%.
20%.
20%.
Still. Yeah.
So that is a significant chunk of damage. So you hear him screaming as you see these sores just starting to open up as the acid cloud in the air is starting to erode his body. He's going to make his opposed force check to try and break out of the stop effect.
I rolled like shit.
He manages to break out of the stop effect.
Fuck. Well, at least it stopped his spell.
Indeed. So spending his standard action to break out of that, he's... Then he just sort of ends his turn by pointing his staff at you, Cassandra. End this woman! And with that, the familiars both immediately pivot and change focus. The first familiar continues its pursuit of you, Cassandra, and it is going to fly up to you, and it is going to use Frost again. So that will be an 8 to hit, so that does hit. Let's see here.
Actually, don't I get a avoidance bonus because of
That faded.
Rosa's thing?
That faded.
Ah.
That's only for
Oh, I
one
see.
turn.
These things don't do that much damage anyway.
Indeed. So another buckshot of sort of ice pellets sort of scatter against your side. The other one is going to sort of come barreling around, but it can't quite get into range. So it's going to sort of pause partway there and is going to sort of make a hit and run attack against Kayana as it's going. Once again, this one's going to use an attack called Paltry Nibble.
What?
So that is a hit. It rolled a 9. Wow, okay. This deals armor damage, but it rolled like shit, and your armor score is high enough that you only take 3 points of damage.
Okay.
As this thing comes circling around and just sort of there's like this little, just a couple of little shards of ice that fly out of it and like bite onto the back of one of your ears as it's passing.
Yeah, she kind of just like flinches a little.
Indeed. Now, The swordsman in front of you is going to keep trying to attack you. So that will for sure hit. So damage. Woof. I'll be 26 points of damage to Kayana.
Ow.
As he continues his assault, you're briefly distracted by the familiar biting the back of your head, and this guy's sword comes down and sort of slices sort of across your belly. Doesn't disembowel you or anything, but it definitely hurts, and you sort of feel your breath sort of leaving you. This other soldier here, sort of seeing that Kunara is turtling and seeing that Rosa is not, is going to focus on Rosa.
Yeah, Rosa is the snarling Catwoman in his face. Yeah.
Whoa, how did my health go up?
You got another potion from Aeon.
Yeah,
All right, so he definitely hit you, Rosa. That is an 11 plus his accuracy of 3. So
Yeah.
So let's see here. So that will be 23 damage to you.
Ow! Ow!
Yeah, these swords need to go.
As the blade comes down and
shit.
sort of plunges sort of into your chest, sort of like right down the middle of the chest, sort of between your lungs and off to one side of your heart. And it hurts a lot. There's sort of this brief moment where darkness starts to creep in on the edges of your vision before you force it back.
Bring it to our turn because
It is back to the
shit.
party's
Yeah.
turn.
you say darkness at the edge of her vision. She whips up, hisses, like shows off her fang, full on cat hiss. Another arrow straight off back at him.
All right. Accuracy check.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
11
Yeah.
hits.
That would be 27 points of damage.
All right. This time you lift your arrow higher up, and instead of shooting him in the belly, you fire the shot off, and it goes up into his throat and punctures out the back of his neck. He flies back a couple inches and crashes to the ground dead.
Okay.
All right, now hold on a
Yeah.
second. There's something else. Kayana. As this swordsman continues to beat up on you, and you feel that same sort of sensation of darkness. Kayana, you're at your table, right?
Yeah, my sister is in the background, so.
Okay, so as you're sort of feeling darkness creeping in around the edges of your vision as well, as this guy just keeps hacking and slashing at you, you feel this sort of rush of indignation and frustration, sort of remembering your upbringing and everything you've built, and you are just determined not to die to a dipshit like this. Would you like to use your limit break?
Yes! I've been waiting to use it!
Alrighty,
What does it do?
pick a target. I will point out that the swordsman in front of you is pretty hurt himself.
Uh-oh. I
She's
think we might have
typing.
lost her.
Oh no.
Oh my god. What has
Solus,
happened to our
people in
sweet
the
little
room.
Aeon?
DM, please look at the
Hi.
art repository.
Oh my
What the
god.
hell?
Hans, what did you do to him?
Why? Why?
Not the baby!
Honey!
Oh.
What did you do to him?
You're all making a joke about it earlier. And then you had three. I had 3 people that said, "No, I ain't drawing that."
Okay, so it's visible. So I just opened up a new tab in the fucking recording screen just so I could show it off. This is what Mystic's been working on in the background. Fucking buff Moogle.
Not that. I have other stuff I'm working on. I just finished that one first.
It's a good drawing, but god damn it. All right, back to the fight.
Look, there's nothing you should say when you turned my Moogle into a noodle.
Fair. That is fair.
was an accident.
Okay, all right, so Kayana, you are shooting Solus. So go ahead and roll me 2d6 plus 21.
Is this just like an attack? Or...
Well, hang on. and add an extra 25 as well.
Huh?
Ari has had to mute, unfortunately. Seems like.
Seems like there are people in the room.
We can compress down those numbers to 2d6 plus 46.
2d6 plus 46.
Nice. That is 54 points of damage to Solus, unmitigated.
Oh, it's piercing?
Piercing, and it has revenge. That's where the extra 25 came from.
So what was the flavor of this thing?
So, Kayana, as you're getting beat up by this guy, your eyes sort of dart around the battlefield for a second and land again on Solus, who's sort of eroding over in the corner, and you get this idea that if you take out the leader, maybe these guys will back off. And so you reach into your pouch as you sort of backstep and sort of dodge away from a swing that was determined to take off your head, and you pull out a very specialized bullet, encased in a gold conductive casing and tipped with a blue gemstone that, and you can see, anyone who's looking can see runes etched into the sort of circle of the casing. As Kaina comes to a landing, she pops open her gun's canister, slips the bullet in, snaps it closed, turns to Solus, and there's this brief moment where you think you can see like the blood coming out of her wound sort of flaring up with light before she pulls the trigger, and there's just this just a burst of blue light and energy as a beam of focused arcane energy shoots out of her gun, hits Solus square in the chest, and punctures straight through, ignoring his armor. He is still alive, but that hurt like a bitch.
Yeah.
All right, so I believe that is Rosa and Kayana's turn. That limit break is called...
Rosa...
Rosa killed the swordsman.
Yeah, you shot him in the throat.
Yeah.
So Rosa and Kayana, you guys have gone. That attack was called Rune Bullet, by the way.
Nice.
All right, so who's up next?
There is actually one more thing I would like to do, because I haven't had my movement action yet.
Okay.
Rosa is going to take out a potion and just give it to Kanara.
Okay. Another... All right.
Although,
all the potions.
seeing that you're in terrible state, she rejects it and does signals for you to take it.
He isn't giving you an option.
Just
You're force-feeding the dog.
You're not.
Okay.
No,
Yeah. On the floor, you can't really stop me.
well,
Drink, 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 chug, chug, chug.
Waterboarding with health potion.
I would point out that her moods have changed, but okay.
All right, so Kanara, you still have your full movement and standard action. Your defensive stance has dropped because your turn has started.
Yeah.
So
But the only
you have to
reason
waste
why-
the movement to get up.
Take like half your movement, yeah.
Ah, so she was still on the ground, I see.
Yeah, you were turtling on the ground is the thing.
Yeah. That's why I could
Well-
waterboard you with a potion.
Fair enough. Well, besides that getting up and then seeing the state of it all, especially Rosa covered in blood and pretty much not looking the best, even noticing that something shifted in her usual mindset.
She looks like a stray cat who's been in a scrap.
You know, that's
Yeah,
actually a
but-
good point. Kanara.
So
you've-
Kanar is heavy breathing in rage at the moment.
Yeah,
and
Kanara,
even
you
glaring.
like you have sort of had this little bond with Rosa going. You're protective of her because she's the youngest one, sort of like the cub of the group. And as you're sort of pushing yourself back to your feet, sort of seeing the one you've been trying to protect and shelter this whole time in such a state, there's just a rush of protective instincts. Would you like to use your limit break?
The fact that Kanar is pissed, yes.
Alrighty.
Let's see what Wolf Lady has.
Which after she is on her feet, she then gets her sword and holds it in front of her. And then closes her eyes and channeling. Oh, not just like in deep thought, like she's praying to herself in a ways.
I can read off the flavor text we wrote up if you'd like,
Yeah,
just to speed it up a bit.
which
So,
I'll probably do the line when it gets to that point when she's about to say it.
yeah, I'll snap my fingers to signal you. So, seeing Rosa in such a state, Kunara's eyes blaze with feral rage, and as she hauls herself back to her feet, her stance widens out aggressively. And you all watch as there's this sort of swirl of sort of vaguely yellow and pale white energy that sort of swirls around her for a second. And Rosa and Aeon, as close as you are, you can actually see sort of phasing in, like the full moon transition, a perfect white sphere of a full moon just folding into view in the center of Kunara's eye, before she sort of just stamps a foot and bellows out a chant.
None may hinder me.
And on that note, there's this pulse of energy that radiates out of her alongside, just sounding out of the air, a chorus of thousands of howling wolves that washes over the room. And I need you to make an opposed force check against your enemies.
Wait, does this
boy.
say everybody?
So it's all enemies.
She's gone feral mode, but also tapping into what she has been taught and more. Which I'm also checking something at the moment. Yeah.
If only my parents could see us now.
I think your parents would be worried.
I think they'd have a heart attack if they saw Rosa right now.
Just need to grab one thing. Got it. And I heard someone crying in the background.
Yep.
Yeah, even going into 2 Destiny for this.
Oh, okay.
Luna ain't messing around.
Yeah, she pissed. So in total, holy shit, that is 20. Where's the force? 27.
27?
I mean, not 27. Yeah, 17.
That sounds
My
more
brain's gone.
reasonable.
I said, that sounds more reasonable.
I was gonna say 27. Where the fuck did I get 20 from?
No idea.
Wishful thinking.
17.
All right, so that hits Solus, that hits the swordsman, and the 2 familiars also get affected. So all of them are inflicted with speed break. 4 rounds.
As she does that, terrifying howl assumes.
Yep, that is the name of the attack. So I'm just going to
Yep,
mark
and
them
she
all
even
with
lets
a...
out.
Yeah, and I've already sort of given all that description. So, as a result of speed break,
Low.
no, it's not the slow status effect. That is a different thing. Speed
No.
break. Let's see here. Speed break halves their avoidance, it halves their accuracy, and it halves their finesse.
Alright.
But there's more.
And their avoidance and accuracy is also all reduced by another 1 until the start of Kunara's next turn.
Yep.
Because of stylish.
So his accuracy is currently 2, his avoidance is 3. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, you just kind of screwed them all over.
Yeah.
All right, so that was your standard action. You still have a movement action if you want to use one, though half of one, I should clarify.
Since you got up. which also means you can't use a potion since you used half movement action.
I need to be right back.
Okay.
Right.
So there's not really much I can do, just move. Is that what you're saying?
If you want to move, if you just want to hold your position, you can do that too.
I mean, the fact that she has gone protective of it's going to either go in a defensive stance or I wouldn't be able to use Paradigm Shift, would I?
You can't. No, you can't take any standard actions. You've already used that to do your limit break.
And if she's feeling protective of Rosa, she could just stand between Rosa and that swordsman.
Yeah, that works.
All right. I believe that leaves Aeon and Kayana, yes? But has Cassandra taken any action? Well, then again, Hades is AFK, so...
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Kayana went already because of the room bullet.
Mm-hmm.
Aeon!
Yes.
It's just you. You're up.
Okay. I'm going to go to Rosa and give her my last potion. Please don't argue with me. I'm your emotional support Moogle. Just take it.
I don't have an action to argue with you.
All right, Rosa regains 14 hit points.
Goodbye, last potion.
Like,
All right.
you, as you flutter over, like, Rosa kind of looks around to you almost aggressively for a moment, but then sees the fluff and visibly relaxes a bit, allows you to do it.
All right, I think Cassandra still has a thing to do.
Yes, because her limit break was last time, wasn't it?
Yeah. I don't think
So we
Cassandra's
broke
done
out of it.
anything this turn yet. So we need to wait for Hades to come back.
God, I've got just the image in my head of just Rosa slightly hunched over, just covered in her own blood, her face covered in the blood of the guy she killed, like her eyes, like her cat eyes pinprick wide, her fangs just showing. She looks like a feral stray cat who's really been at it.
I'm sorry for keep calling away. My parents was like, you gotta eat the food or we're gonna put it away. I was like, fine.
All right, so I believe you're the only one who
That's
still
alright.
has your turn. Everyone else
Me?
is gone, so it's just you now, Cassandra.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
How hurts this guy over here?
He's looking pretty rough.
Perfectly good guy. He hasn't had his oil ignited yet.
Let's fix that, shall we? Let's fix that, shall we?
Yeah, that'll
I
hit.
wish that was my freaking lance. But that's my fire breath. Damn. Oh well.
Well, this is karmic justice of this guy, considering how this started.
Oh wait. Oh, okay. Sorry, hold on. That's my bad. I did damage before I did my attack. Well, I still got the same roll.
All right, works out that way. Works out like that. All right.
So that hits. I wish that was my lance, but it was not. And that's 21 of fire, and he takes extra fire. So
Yep. Comes
Double,
out to
isn't
a not double, 50% extra. And with all calculations applied, that comes out to 27 damage. So he is looking really rough as the flames wash over him and the oil just ignites all over him.
I also got to do the blind.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
He blind.
he blind.
He blind. All right, that is your guys' turn. Let's see. Your Tiermith is going to just sort of come on up behind Aeon and just sort of hop up to like put his paws on the back of Aeon's shoulders, like, good work. There's not a whole lot else he can do right now.
Well, he's already done his attack for today.
Indeed. And with that, it is to the enemies. First things that happen, Solus loses more hit points from poison.
Yes, 20%.
And he is looking really rough.
Please tell me he can't do his limit break anymore. Or if he even has one.
Let's see here. As he is sort of standing there looking like he's about ready to keel over, you see his eyes sort of flash up with blue light.
Yeah.
I have had enough! And while he doesn't have enough destiny to use his limit break, he does still have destiny points to spend on consecutive destiny actions, which he is going to do to get 3 standard actions in a row.
Fuck!
Well, it's not his limit break, which probably would have been worse.
So, first thing he's going to do, his accuracy is halved and decreased
down
by
to 3.
Yep, it's down to 2 because your next turn hasn't started yet. But either way, so this is still going to get a +1 because of the ability, so 2d6 plus 3. So that is a 13 to hit, which he is going to focus on Cassandra.
Fortunate.
So, oofda. It will be halved thanks to Shell, which saved your ass.
Oh god.
That would have taken you down if it wasn't for Shell.
Well, fuck. So,
Still 16 points of damage.
oh thank god. That would have been exactly enough to put me down.
Indeed. So he's going to do that again.
Oh fuck.
What is
Again
the
on
ability
me?
he's using?
What?
What's the ability he's using?
It's called Focused Blizzard. It's an ability, not a spell, so unfortunately the Reflect doesn't work on it.
Alright.
Alright, that is going to be another hit, successful.
Oh god.
Oh,
Let's see
shit.
here. So,
Not another person going down.
If he does 32 or more, I'm dead.
15 points of
The other
damage.
one.
I am alive!
But wait, he's got a third one though.
Indeed.
Is he gonna use
I see what this is setting up.
Indeed, he's gonna just keep focusing down on you, Cassandra. That's another hit. Not even gonna roll the damage. You are down.
Sandra!
So, Solus sort of lifts his staff up, and these 3 great spears of ice form in the air around him before shooting forward at impossible speeds. You try to lift up your lance to counter them, and sort of turning as you see them coming from roasting that other guy, but it's just a little too fast. And one of them sort of punctures right through the center of your chest, another sort of gets you in the hip, and a third one gets you in your left shoulder, and you sort of spiral in place before collapsing unconscious to the ground back here. All right. So that is Solus's go. These
Just to-
two... Yes?
Hold on, I just want to quickly message you. Sending. Hey.
All right. So, with that squared away, these 2 familiars are going to now gang up on Kyanna.
No.
But before I can commit to that, 1 second.
Take
Thank you.
Well,
You guys really need to not say that when I'm issuing that shout. You confused me.
when you say 1 sec, we know what it is.
Yes, but I'm still
Right,
wearing
this
my
time.
headphones so I could hear you.
Just
All right,
sucking you up,
so-
making sure you're ready to go.
All right, so that first one will hit. The second one is a critical hit.
Oh,
let's,
no.
so let's do the first one
Bye,
first.
She's down.
So the first one is going to be 6 damage, as they're coming in not with their non-magical attack, realizing that their magic attacks are useless.
The lowest this guy can roll is 2, and she has 4, so she's going down.
You know what?
Indeed.
Yep, Kai's going down.
So yeah, Kyanna. After like firing off the shot and seeing the tide of the battle starting to turn, you see those lances fly over and hit Cassandra, and you're like, ah, shit, and you're like trying to fish for another bullet, but you only had the one for this fight. And you sort of curse, look up, and you see the two familiars suddenly darting in at you like spears themselves. You barely have time to sort of lift up your arms to protect your head before they stab into your side, sort of like along your ribs. You cough up some blood, and then you crumple unconscious to the floor.
This is going swell.
Indeed it is. Let's see here. This blinded swordsman is going to, well, he's blind, so...
Plus,
He's
the
gonna-
accuracy minuses from Kanara.
Yeah.
So
does
he's
he
going-
even
so he's
have
going- so-
accuracy?
No, but it doesn't matter. He still thinks Kyanna's up, and so he's just going to swing in the air where Kyanna was and not hit anything and go, what the fuck? And that's his turn.
Oh, well, thank God.
Right.
It is back to the party. Now, Aeon,
Oh.
Ah,
you just saw Cassandra get absolutely pulverized by Solus, sent crashing to the ground with these massive spears jutting out of her body, and for this brief flicker of an instant, you feel this surge of terror that Cassandra might have just been killed. And at the moment it does, there's this uncharacteristic surge of rage. Somewhere from deep in your belly, just this uproar of red-hot anger that burns at the back of your scalp and floods your veins. And just an impulse. Would you like to use your limit break on Solus?
yes.
All right. Do it.
Okay.
Punish him.
Aeon, enraged by seeing Sandrid fallen, lifts into the air with an adorable battle squeal. He points his wand at Solus, who has truly offended him and made him pissed that he has knocked down his sister. All at once, he
A wave of lethargy and weakness.
I can't say lethargy for some reason. And weakness washes over them, leaving them vulnerable as Aeon forces their blood sugar to do bad things.
Oh.
Wait, what?
All right, so the first thing that needs to happen is we need to roll a d4.
Yes.
Aeon, I would like you to call a number on a d4 and then roll that d4.
I'm gonna say 3.
All right, if you roll a 3, this will backfire.
No.
Please don't backfire.
Please not three, please not three, please not.
Let him have this moment. Be gone.
Two.
bad luck.
Yes!
You got it. All right, so
We rolled a 2, but we all know Aeon's number 1.
all right, so this will be an opposed roll, finesse, because this is magic based, and this guy's magic
finesse is
is halved.
Mm-hmm.
So he only rolled a 9. If you can roll higher than a 9, this will take effect.
Come on.
Come on, hun.
Yay!
Oh! Oh,
Finally!
a critical
I
success.
do not worship. Wow.
All right. Well, first things first. So with that, you successfully inflict Solus with Power Break, Armor Break, and Magic Break. And just so everyone is clear on what that does, that halves his physical attack damage and force, it reduces his armor and magic armor to 0, and it reduces the magical attack damage and healing he puts out by half, all for 4 rounds. And
What is that effect?
and he has forced all the weaknesses and resistances of the target to be removed and all immunities and absorbencies reduced to resistances.
Is that his whole limit break? Because that's already a lot. I imagine that's his whole limit break, right?
That is the whole limit break, yes. There is like...
Aeon, you're awesome. But with that,
And one thing, because you rolled that critical success, I am obligated to give you an additional benefit. I'll let you roll your standard weapon damage on top of that.
Oh.
Sure. Okay, so just roll the what is it? Force.
2d6.
2d6
Plus
your
your mind.
plus your mind.
Plus my mind. That's it.
Because
Yes.
it's like, it's basically your basic.
No, wrong button. There we go.
Max
Oh
damage.
my!
Wait, I didn't roll, did I?
Wait,
No,
okay, okay,
I didn't
sorry.
roll yet.
Okay,
Don't
sorry.
do that.
I'm sorry, I saw 2 6s. I thought you rolled.
Fair, right? Yeah.
No.
14.
Okay, then.
All right, 14 points of damage. So,
Well, he just might die from the poison come his turn.
He can't
All
die
right.
from poison. He only go to 1 HP.
let me double check that.
Normally how it works. He's from Final Fantasy.
I mean, didn't I
This
go down?
can, poison
No, nearly-
can reduce your HP to 0.
Yeah, because I nearly went down through poison at one point in the old campaign.
Yeah, poison can kill you if you're not careful. But regardless, so as Aeon, you sort of lift up into the air, point your wand at Solus, and there's this just this weird effect that sort of comes over Solus as he's continuing to dissolve from Cassandra's poison, and he slumps in place. I would like everyone to make an awareness check.
Oh, okay.
And yes,
Critical
he did.
success.
Really?
Wait,
Yeah.
hang on. Do we get a bonus because tier?
Yes, you get a bonus because of tier.
Okay, he said
I rolled a crit anyway.
Okay, Kayana, you
Oh,
don't
I-
get to roll because you're unconscious. Cassandra, you don't
wait.
get to roll because you're
Okay,
unconscious.
Sorry.
So Kunara,
But
Aeon,
Rosa,
so-
you do throw another dice in there though.
I've already got critical success. I don't need another dice.
Indeed.
There you go.
So Kunara, what do
Okay.
you got?
Let's see. Oh, a high one.
4, 5, and 2.
Plus my
Awareness.
this is so a 5. So yeah, that's 16.
Rosa is the only one who notices.
Oh,
As this effect, as
as
this,
she is.
yep, as this effect is washing over Solus, and you see even more of his body sort of starting to erode and corrode. There's a very subtle thing in the room that you just sort of catch. It's only there for a brief instant, but behind the just furious glare on Aeon's face, just for like a split second, you think you see a shadow on the wall behind Aeon, and then you blink and it's gone.
What, the shadow? What kind of shadow?
Like a silhouette of a different creature. It was only
Oh,
there for a
shit.
split second, but you saw something, just a black shape imposed on the wall behind Aeon, and you were pretty sure it was grinning. And when you blink and it flickers, Solus suddenly crumples to one knee as there's a spurt of blood out the side of his neck. And when his blood sort of splats against the ground, it is gone. Very bright and runny.
ew.
Right. What's that? Hey, is Aeon going to be a Percy DeRomo? Uh-huh. Yeah.
I don't know one thing. Kanar's letting out a spine-chilling howl.
Well,
and is-
back to our turn. Is
rushing.
he... Oh, is he poisoned, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
that was just Aeon's turn. That was Aeon's limit break.
That was
The rest of
Aeon's
the
turn.
rest of
In that case, I mean, I was prepping Rosa to do a thing for
Oh,
weird shadow monsters. That's interesting. Aeon, you're weird. Anyway.
Also, my limit break is called Sugar Crash.
What it is. So Rosa, so she sees the shadow in her periphery, but right now that's just in the back of her mind, paged away in like the vast library of folders that is her brain. For later, because she also just saw Cassandra, someone she's somewhat obsessively wanting to have that sibling relationship with, get absolutely pulverized. Plus Kayana, as well, having just had Kanara, bloody Mama Wolf, go down and nearly die, having nearly been killed herself.
You've
Yeah,
got
she's
all
just
your
rushing.
support.
Yeah, she's somewhat maddenly just rushing Solus.
Okay.
Oh,
Wait,
that's
what?
what's happening.
Yeah, she's been through a lot.
No, you're not your turn, Kanari.
Okay.
You're still there.
So
I
she
know,
is
But
running
what's gonna
towards
wash
him
him?
and loosing an arrow.
Accuracy check.
Oh,
His armor's gone. So
Alright,
this
so
is gonna be
that's
unmitigated.
6, 7, 8, 9, and no paradigm shift yet, is it?
No
I
paradigm
really don't think
shift.
it matters.
Oh, he doesn't even.
'cause
He doesn't have armor, does he? Right, you just
He doesn't
said.
have- he doesn't. His avoidance is crap.
His avoidance right now is
everything's
4.
Yeah. Well, his armor's. He's got no armor. His avoidance is
Avoidance
4.
is
So I
gone.
just.
Armor is gone.
Yeah.
He's literally.
So yeah, I get it. I don't need to finish that calculation. I'm just gonna roll damage now.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. that
That
damage.
is 29 points of damage unmitigated.
Because he has no armor.
Claim your
he did?
victory.
Yay!
He had 9 hit points left.
9.
9.
Well,
So. Yeah, like I said, that like Cassandra goes down, Kayana goes down. All of these feelings, like she took her first life, she took her second life, she almost died. She is covered in blood, both her own and other people's. She watched 3 people just throw themselves onto a fire. Like all of this shit in the last 20 minutes, and something here just cracks. So she runs towards Solus, she looses another arrow, hits him pretty much in the heart. As he gasps for breath, she doesn't stop. She tackles into him, on top of him, presses her bow against his neck, and doesn't stop until something breaks.
I mean, that's pretty easy. The guy's melting. So as you push him into the ground, there's this brief moment where he's trying to thrash against you before the corrosion and the lingering shadowy cloud around you finishes its work, and you just see Solus's face just starting to dissolve and fold in on itself. His throat gives easily, just sort of squishing under the force of your bow like a deflating balloon. And after a second, there's just this bright red runny puddle on the ground beneath you that once was Solus and his blood-soaked clothes. And his staff just kind of hanging out.
The familiars?
And with Solus's death, his familiars both vanish.
well, that guy next to Kanara's fucked.
So yeah, Rosa is just currently knelt down in the pile, her bow still where neck was, just breathing heavily.
Yeah, and as for you, Kunara, I'm not going to necessitate any rolls here. The guy's screwed. If you want to finish him off, by all means.
Yeah, because she's still in a rage moment, so pretty much anabalistics just take over at this point, and she just goes completely ballistic on this guy, repeatedly slamming into the ground, then uses her sword to slice, stab, and just let out screams of rage.
Yeah, so there's a pretty brutal scene in front of you and Tiermith Aeon as Kunara grabs onto the remaining swordsman who hesitated for a second, picks him up and just slams him down into the ground. There's this crunching of bone and stone, but Kunara does it a few more times before turning and sort of tossing him aside while also drawing her blade along him and just disembowels and clefts him in half, and the two halves of him go splattering over here.
Damn.
And with that, victory is yours.
Sandra.
Fuck. Yeah, dude. Did Cassandra and Kai wake up?
It takes you. It takes you a couple seconds, but yeah.
Sandra. Just hugs her. He hugs her.
Did we win, Aeon? She just lifts her arm up, like, weakly and just kind of holds him close. Are you okay?
Yeah, you can hear like kind of like a hiss from Kayana because
You are very hurt, yes.
yes. Yeah, she just doesn't say anything. I don't know what to say because at this point she's just in pain. She can't say anything.
Also, for that victory, everyone gets 2 points of destiny.
Yay.
Kunara gets 3 because Kunara is a warrior, and I will let Aeon get 3 because of the thievery check that allowed you to win that fight in the first place.
Awesome.
So, yeah, if we hadn't have stolen the thing or whatever, were we even supposed to win that fight?
If I mean, honestly, the outcome of the fight wasn't something I had really determined in advance. It was one of those things where, what could you guys figure out? Would you find a solution, which you did, or would you just wind up caving and letting him walk? What would you do? It was something where I didn't have a outcome predetermined.
Well, we had 3 party members go down that fight too simultaneously, so yeah. But yeah, Rosa is still exactly where she killed him.
One last thing, there is one potion you're able to acquire from the bodies.
I now have 5 destiny again.
Nice.
So
After all
Cassandra
that.
slowly starts to get herself up.
No, don't move, my Sandra.
I'm okay. I'm okay. Where?
Rosa.
Rosa?
Rosa.
Is that Solus?
Mm-hmm.
He's still leaning there, just breathing heavily and fast.
Aeon, help me up.
Sandra.
She needs us.
No, you stay here. Rosa. Rosa. Just kind of just like starts
She,
rubbing her arm.
as you touch, she whips around and hisses.
Please.
Hang on.
Please. Sandra. Sandra and Kai, they need help. He just kind of holds out an ether to give her for magic.
She, you see her eyes kind of undilate, kind of round out a bit more. She looks across the battlefield, sees Kayana and Cassandra stirring. Right. She'll take the ether. And she'll run towards Cassandra. Kind of getting hot and just begin to cast Cure.
All right. You get back 7 MP from the ether.
Then
Yeah.
automatic, and then use it immediately for cure.
Yep. You get the minimum amount of healing, 2 ones. I guess
Hey, as
just
long as it gets me
she
up.
just a lot of her heart isn't in it. She's tapped and exhausted, so you get 18 points of healing.
Up to 19 hit points.
And then she kind of, as some of that energy goes into Cassandra, you see like a small trail of grass and a couple of flowers poking through, leading all the way to Kayana, who also gets a cure spell pumped into her for another 7.
All right.
I will point out
19 points.
What's up, darkness?
Yeah. All I was going to say is, I may point out the reason why Kanara is still by the body. She, not as like loudly as she does to that unfortunate swordsman, but she is constantly hitting the bodies and having deep breaths, like deep breaths. And
She's
still
hitting. She's
striking
still
them.
hitting them while they're dead.
Yeah. Like she's stuck in a mindset of threats around her.
Kunara, that's enough.
She's stabbing one of them.
Kuna. No more. Please.
And then as soon as she is about to raise a hand, she notices you and eyes dilated, and pretty much she slowly stops. But has an expression of shock upon her face.
once the healing spell dies down, we see like the grass that come up from the car quickly wither and die as she kind of falls back into a sitting position. Just Cassandra, you'd see that like she's completely messed up. Her clothes are ragged. She's covered in blood. Like her face is drenched in it, and as well as just the ichor that used to be Solus and giblets and body parts. He's yeah.
Rosa?
Yeah. Cassandra?
Thank you.
What was that?
Thank you.
For what?
You saved so many lives today.
Threw them on the fire! 3 of them! At least one of them because I couldn't find the right words to stop him.
I know.
And Clara, when was hurt, she's dying. I felt like I was going to go UN and I just... I want to kill them.
Tiamat
God.
kind of comes up next to you and just sort of like, are you like kneeling on the ground right now, or are you standing?
Sitting.
All right. Tiamat will
Kind of a bit splayed out.
Tiamat will
Yeah,
kind of come
Cassandra's-
up and just coil around you a little bit comfortingly. It's all right. It's over now. You won.
Doesn't feel like winning.
We're alive. And we saved as many as we could. It's not perfect, but it's enough. It's another lesson in being an adventurer, Rosa. You can't save them all.
Yes. Well, I said I just wanted to kill them. I didn't want to do it because I hated them. I just wanted to stop him from hurting you.
And that makes you better than them. They killed for money, power, just because they enjoyed it. None of us here enjoy killing.
I had my bow against his throat. And then he just... Ugh. Okay. Is Cassandra currently standing?
Oh, she's sitting.
Rosa leans forward and just kind of presses a finger against Cassandra's chest breastplate. You are taking me to a spa and bathhouse, the most expensive one you can find. We are getting clean, we are relaxing, and then we are talking about this. Only then, alright?
Cassandra just smiles and pulls Rosa into a hug.
She
Whatever you say.
returns it, and you just hear a big heave of breath from her,
Yeah, that makes
released
sense.
with a small sob, but
Did you hear what she said?
sorry, I missed that. What was it?
She said, whatever you say, little sister.
I was going to have her just give one sob and that's it, but hearing that, she starts to cry into her chest plate.
Aeon hugs Rosa too and says, if it'll make you happy, I won't fight. I'll join the spa bath and I won't complain. But I'll only do it once and that's it.
It's a deal. And in return, you broke your glow stick. We need to make you a new one. Proper one.
My glow stick, I was sad about losing. But I would have been more upset if I lost any of you.
Well, you still have us, brother. And you can have the glow stick too. Make you a new one. Okay. Won't be Kai.
Yeah, because Kai is like sitting on, just sitting right now as she's like, he's like holding up a finger for a second. She's like, "Give me a second."
Just like, need to catch my breath. So here it is. It's at about this point that you start to notice the crowds of hostages starting to sort of gather before the cell gate.
Rosa gets up
Right.
and
Like, yeah, Cassandra just kind of gets up too.
we should probably.
Yeah, we should
them.
probably.
Yeah, I you should do it because I kind of look like a psychopath. I think my parents would have a heart attack. So can
Tiermouth
you-
kind of just gives you a quirked brow and says, "Dude, we all look like shit."
Yeah.
Yeah, but at least she has a face that's not completely bloody. I mean, look at me. I'm red.
Hey,
Oh.
hey. You're okay.
Yeah, don't worry. It's just I don't have anything left to throw up because I would be otherwise.
Tell you what, let's see if we can find a key while Cassandra goes talk to them, yeah?
Yeah. Okay.
You know, Tyr, you're a dragon. You can just melt the lock.
He frowns for a second, turns slightly, tries to breathe up some fire, and all that comes out is sort of a burp sound and a few sparks. No, I'm tapped, sorry.
You'll all rest. Me and Kuna can look for it.
Yeah, I can't breathe fire,
Yeah.
but I can find a key just fine. I'm pretty much the only one in all of that who didn't get hit.
You never get hit.
I will point out.
He
don't
gives
wanna
you a
break
grin.
this-
So, yeah, we see Kunara over there.
Yeah.
Aeon's going for it.
I didn't want to break the touching moment. I mean, fuck,
Yeah,
I need the tears
Rosa-
already.
Rosa, if Cassandra is going towards the bars, Rosa will
Yeah.
join Aeon.
She is limping to the
I will-
bars.
I will point out before you would walk over, you probably heard like a huge piece of metal hitting the ground. She dropped her sword between the dead bodies, and she's currently hanging around in this corner,
Rosa will kind of
hyperventilating.
Okay,
Wander up.
but not gonna lie, I almost cried.
Oh,
You're not the
Aw.
only one.
Ro-
Hang on a minute. Never mind. I feel a left tear. God damn it! Fuck, you little tear. Not now.
Tears the
Fine.
dragon.
I know this is emotional, and the car is emotional right now, but for fuck's sake.
Rosa is going to wander over Kunara and go, "Hey, Kunara.
She picks her ears up and she gets all crunched up in the corner.
Kuna?
So
Stay back. She is in distress at the moment.
as someone who also just went a bit berserk and doesn't really know how to deal with that, could really use Mama Wolf right now. And I think maybe Mama Wolf could use us. I have an emotional support plush. He grabs Aeon and just kind of holds him out.
Koopa!
I don't know if I can right now. She's just trembling.
You can hold me as you tremble.
I
Some-
wish not to hurt you.
I've been through a lot, Kuna. I was squished by Rosa's mom and her dad. I'm still here.
I don't understand.
I think after what has happened, I kind of do. And she's just going to walk towards Kanara, still holding Aeon, and just glomp the both of them.
Yeet.
We could really use your help here. And you have ours, so if you need to talk, I'm always here. That line hasn't worked yet, but it might do.
And if not, you take deep breaths.
She's looking down at both of you and just tears up and just, well, if she has limbs available, of course, just basically holds you both tightly.
Well, what happened to Miss Angry Mama Wolf who wanted to leave the first day?
I haven't felt myself in many years, Rosa. I
don't-
have been compressing my emotions for so long because I'm afraid. Afraid I may hurt others around me.
Well, I'm not sure I feel myself right now, so maybe that's something we can work through together.
Perhaps.
On that note, let's go ahead and pan over to Cassandra at the gate, because she'll have been talking to these people that whole time. So, as the sort of heartfelt conversation is going on over there, Cassandra, you limp painfully over towards the cell door, as you can see the various groups of people sort of coming together. They are 3 less than they were, but thankfully only 3. That could have been a lot worse, you reckon, so. Sort of at the front of the group, I need to double check my Dungeon Master notes.
Okay. Like her just limping with Cassandra.
You want Kayana with Cassandra?
Yeah,
Okay, so you make your way over too. Give me just a second.
I was gonna do that.
All right, so in the front, you see a young Elvon woman, probably no more than 17 or 18 years old, sort of very mussed up, grimy, dirty. Clothes that once upon a time might have been nice are now torn, ragged, and just ruined. You just sort of look her over. She seems to be in otherwise decent health, if a little malnourished. And behind her, it is an entire just eclectic scattering of people of differing races from all over. You can see it's largely appears to be some, like, just all over. It's a full scatter. There's a few Hrothgar in there, Ronso. There's a few Rogue, Galka, a few of the others. It's a couple Bonga, Elvan, Mithra, the whole scatter.
Before I say anything in character, just asking you because I don't remember. What was the name of the girl we were supposed to find?
You were sent to find Celia.
So yeah, Cassandra just leaning against the wall right by the gate. She's like, I know y'all been through a lot, but just because we just went through shit, there wouldn't have to be a Cecilia in there.
The woman in the front kind of looks around for a second and raises a hand. I'm Celia, not Cecilia.
Sorry. You know what I mean. Sorry.
How'd you know that?
Your mother is very worried about you. Must gonna be very cross. Well, before she finds out about this.
Oh, thank goodness she's all right. And the girl sort of slumps against, like, the wall in front of the gate, just heaving a sigh of relief. I didn't know if they'd come for her, too.
Your boyfriend is doing all right for himself, too. Worried about you. Claudian tried to throw him in jail.
Claudian?
Oh, sorry. The douchebag in Windhurst who worked with these guys.
I feel like there's a lot that we missed in here.
Yeah. So, yeah, sorry I had to see all that, and she just looks to the fire. I'm so sorry we couldn't save you all.
It's okay. I'm just glad any of us make it out of here alive. And one of the other people in one of the groups looks to be a Dran male, sort of a little on the older side, but sort of muscled and grizzled. You get the impression that guy might have actually had like a pretty decent martial profession before getting locked up in here. Pipes up. I don't mean to sound insensitive or brash or anything, but we really need to get out of here. I don't want to linger in case there are any of them left.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. My dragon should be getting the key any time now. Oh dear.
Hang on, there's a lot of gunk here to sift through. And you kind of look back, and you can just kind of see Tyr's tail and hind legs just kind of sticking out of one of like Solus's old pants. Just kind of tail lashing around in irritation, and you can just kind of see this bulge shifting around of Tyr sniffing around looking for the guy's key. And a minute later, he finally... And he comes back out, totally just caked in, low blood, sugar blood, with a little sort of iron key clasped in his jaws, and he comes scampering over. Yeah, I've got this.
Attaboy. Takes it and opens the door to the cell.
You slide it in. It's a little slicker than you would like, but you slip it in. It slides open with this loud groaning creak. And as it's peeling open, Dearmouth kind of looks around at the rest of you. Okay, so, do we want to look around anymore before we head out?
I think, oh, that's blood. Yeah. I think if we encounter any more goons in here, we probably are going to die.
Yeah, Tyr, I think it'd probably be best to head back out.
Celia, are you missing anyone aside from the 3?
I'm not really sure. It's kind of fuzzy. I don't really remember the trip coming here very well. It's just little hazy moments. I think there might have been more of us before. Another individual, Ronsa woman, pipes up. There were, by my count, there were 20 of us initially. A little more than that. Like you, though, I don't remember much, but I know that some of them were gone by the time we got here. By the time they let us wander the cell of our own will.
I've put out an entire segment of the map to the top right. Concerns me.
Again, that other door is really concerning because if that wasn't the end boss, we are in no shape to fight anything.
Does anyone know what's through that door?
Celia says, I saw that guy with the hat, coming to and from it every so often, I don't know, I could never see in there, but it was only ever him going in and out.
Sandra, maybe we should send them out of tier and just check it out and run if there's something bad in there?
Yeah. Just kind of gets out of the way of the Tyr.
Want me to escort him out?
Get them out of here and take them to Vilmathra.
All right. Dearmouth kind of flares out his wings to get everyone's attention. Alright, guys, I'm gonna lead you out of here. Follow the dragon. Do not go off course. We don't have this place fully mapped out. There might be more bad guys hanging out who knows where, so let's make it quick and let's get out of here. Come on. And there are like there's some people who are like sort of taken aback, and that chiseled Dran man sort of widens his eyes. You just have a dragon with you? Long story, no time. Let's go!
I'm a dragoon. Get used to it now. Get.
As they're sort of moving past, like Silly sort of gives you all this sort of emphatic, thankful nod, and as the others are passing, and like the Dran guy in particular is passing, he sort of gives you looks like, that was a dragon knight back in Venata. Not so different from you dragoons. We don't typically get things like this.
Well, I'm special. Now, go on. Get out of here before something else comes around.
Alright.
How many potions do I have left? I have...
Alright, so
I'm going to use my last 2 potions. I'm going to give... one to Cassandra, one to Kayana.
Alright. Alright, so Kayana, you get back 15 hit points, and so does Kayana. Because you have the same max hit points.
How do we handle this, Cassandra? I mean, should we send one of us through to check it out, or all of us?
Nala leans over and gives a potion to Rosa and is like, I want you all to stay here. I know you won't leave with them, but I must do this myself.
Kanara, out of respect, but you're kind of the most obvious of us.
It is my responsibility now to take care of not just you, but all of you. She picks up the sword.
Wait, Kanara.
Hmm.
We're a team and friends and maybe even family. We look out for each other, right? Don't take it all on yourself, please.
She has paused at that.
Either we go together, or unanimously send someone stealthy.
Have you forgotten the mission where I was the one with stealth? I am qualified for this. Don't underestimate me for my size.
Let her
I
go.
can do this.
She's
Please,
the most well
just...
right now, and she's the most armored.
Yeah.
I mean,
And then she turns around and puts her hand on your shoulder. Rosa, you're more needed here. And besides, I'm used to stuff like this. I'd be fine, I promise. If I see any danger, I will come back.
You better right back. If you start fighting something without us, I'm going to do something.
If I should fight a battle I can't win, how am I supposed to do anything for you? Whatever that favor may be.
Keep that in mind.
Oh, question. Is anyone going to pick up Solus's staff?
I will.
Okay. All right, so...
Aeon volunteering.
Okay, so Aeon, as you see Kunara heading off, you fly over and you reach down and you pick up Solus's staff, and it is colossal compared to you. But as you lift it up, yeah, you have no idea what its properties are, but it is a tier 2 arcane weapon.
He's just gonna play with it now at this point.
Okay. All right, so Kunara, focusing on you for the moment, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so how are you proceeding?
Well, she approaches the door, and I guess... Would I have the roll for stealth and awareness, or what? She's gonna peek through. This is a keyhole.
If you're trying to be sneaky about it, then stealth, yes. As for peeking through a keyhole, that would just be awareness. So if you want to do both of those things, then yeah.
All right, starting with stealth would make sense.
Indeed.
Oh shit! That was nearly a critical success.
Nearly.
Nearly. Just one off. But it should be enough, hopefully. Let's see. That would be 15.
15. You feel like you're being pretty stealthy.
Hmm. And now for the awareness check.
Mm-hmm.
Although Tyr's not here anymore, so
2d6.
yeah. Plus, even if he was, it'd be out of his range, probably. Okay, that is 13.
13
Mm-hmm.
for awareness.
Yep.
All right, so looking through the keyhole, you can see up ahead, further into this room, whatever it may be, what looks to be the light of a fire, like a hearth, maybe.
Hmm. Okay, so then she, I guess if there's nothing else, she would slowly open the door quietly, if she can.
Door's locked.
Then obviously has to look over the corpses, what's left of them anyway.
The key, does the key work on that door as well? Or is there another one?
I was about to say, when Tyr gave me the key, was it just the one for the cage, or was there another key on it?
It was only one key that he brought back, but you don't know if it goes to more than one thing or not.
Try it. It might be a master key.
Fair enough.
So Cassandra just goes over and gives her the key.
All right. So with the key now in your possession, you slip it in. And the door swings open without issue. Ahead of you, you see a long corridor that slowly opens up into what appears to be a large bedroom-like chamber, sort of made into this natural sort of cavern. There's an artificial hearth that's been built into the back wall. A fire is blazing low, providing flickering orange illumination, spitting and clacking out sparks every so often. Against the left back wall, you can see a very basic bed just sort of squished up against the stones. Further south past it, closer to you, you see two chests that are just sort of sitting there. Heading further into the room, you can look off to your right. You can see what looks to be a workbench with a stool in front of it, just loaded down with sheets of parchment and scrolls and stacks of paper. And against the southern wall of the chamber, as you're sort of stepping in, there is another chest. And I'm just gonna go ahead and draw in sort of a old, not necessarily well cared for fur rug that just sort of in the heart of the room to give it some decoration.
Mm-hmm. She's still being cautious, but looks around, probably checking if there's any like traps, since
Okay.
the mansion situation.
All right, looking for traps. Awareness check. 2d6.
Cautious wolf time. Okay, that's a 12, I believe.
A 12.
Let's see, just make sure. Yep, it is.
All right, giving the room a look over, you're confident that there are no traps in here. Solus was confident that no one would ever get into his chambers past the locked door and himself. And even if they did, they'd probably just bump into him, and he was quite confident in his abilities.
Once she's secured the room, she then calls out to the... Well, actually, could you just go by to the doorway and just hand signals them it's clear.
All right, so for the rest of you, watching Aeon spin this staff around for a minute, after a bit, Kunara comes back and informs you.
Hey, Aeon, is it alright if I hold on to that? It does look like you're going to fall from the sky.
No!
And he just chrono pockets the staff and the bracelet into his poof.
Okay,
Mine!
so it's like watching one of those sword swallowers as Aeon just holds the staff up by one end over his chest, let's go, and it just
You know, I'm not sure how that's the most disturbing thing I've seen today, and yet it somehow is up there.
He's got the holy sexual.
All right,
Anyway.
so Aeon, you can add a tier 2 unidentified arcane weapon to your inventory.
No. It appears to be clear, and a bedroom.
Oh, let's
I've
have a quick
also-
look around. It might have maybe something to do with Forgol.
Hmm.
I have some information.
And I also checked to see if there were any traps, but it appears to not to be.
All right then.
So just update the weapon.
You
Or just
in
put it
your
in your
inventory, not
Oh, inventory.
equipped.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
A tier 2 unidentified
That's why I was
arcane weapon.
confused.
Can
So
I?
Check
So
every
it's
chest and
staffs?
every inch of this room.
Can I have a look around for any sort of papers, books, journals, anything that has writing, and especially anything that might have to do with the name Forgol?
So
Go
staff
ahead.
swallowing Moogle is the weirdest thing you've seen today?
Look, my
Or
mind
just
is all
a-
messed up, and I need to find out, about this other guy. So I'm going to focus on that for a moment before I have another mental breakdown.
Go ahead and make for me a scavenge check to look for any information on Forgol.
Scavenge skill. Do I have any scavenge? I have one scavenge.
No, it's
Great, only 6. Crap.
6. All right.
more than me.
All right. Well, as you're sort of looking around, you're still just a little too rattled, and your eyes just kind of keep unfocusing and glancing over the words without really taking them in, as your mind just keeps returning to all the shit you've been through today.
I can't. I don't know what I'm looking for. Cassandra, can you help?
I'll try. I don't have anything in scavenge, so this is just going to be your 2d6.
You never know.
9.
Better
All
than me.
And what was it that Rosa got again?
6.
6. All right. It'll take Cassandra a little while to find anything, so for the meantime, let's focus on everyone else.
I say Kanara's checking the chests, so that would be a scavenge check.
You don't need to roll it. They're all just plainly in the chests. So across the chests, you will find a Phoenix down.
Hey, I'll have that.
You will find 2 potions, 6 ethers,
Ooh.
Damn.
and a pouch with 70 gil in it.
Found some useful stuff.
Is that a phoenix?
Indeed, which I owe you one.
Yeah. Thanks. I did kind of lose mine.
No. My life is in your debt, Rosa.
That's not necessary. If I'm supposed to be the group healer, then it makes sense. I carried the healing things. So,
She smiles and then scruffles your head.
No, don't do that. It's already really messed up, and you have now. You have. That's a bit of Forgol. Not yeah. That's a bit of Solus currently on you now. Okay, that's disturbing.
All right, so while all that's going on, Cassandra. Looking
Yeah.
over all of the documents and whatnot on the workbench in the front, it looks largely to be like diagrams and correspondence. There is the diagrams sort of illustrate 2 different depictions of these bracers that have been at the core of this whole mess. There is one that resembles the one that Aeon managed to yoink from Solus's wrist, which is labeled Command Bracer. And the other one is labeled as the Control Bracer.
Aeon has.
Yep, Aeon has the Command Bracer. So, and in the notes as you're going over them, it more or less describes that Through a clever application of unusual and archaic magics, the wielder of the command bracelet may at any time command those who bear the control bracer, overriding their free will, but only for a temporary span of time, and it is tiring to do so, especially over great distances. The time limit appears to be about 12 hours. And if someone is more than a few miles away, it will not take. So. And there does appear to be an addendum at the bottom indicating that it is possible but unlikely for the strong-willed to resist the effects, and that precautions would need to be taken to ensure that never became a problem. Something to avoid the bracers arousing suspicion. You see a few little notes sort of scribbled next to that little addendum, like with question marks, like, ways of disguising the purpose of the bracers. Maybe gift for a festival, or just a token of appreciation, or something. Going off of that, you get the impression that there may have been other people who were wearing these bracers who were able to resist the effects and didn't even know that someone was trying to control them. It's all very interesting, and as you sort of sift over it and move on more towards piles of notes further in the back, and you sort of start going over it, you start to take note of other things. These appear to be more personal musings rather than technical diagrams, sort of just musings from Solus about the progress of this operation and his thoughts on their business partner, their client. He labels them as Trak, you know them as. According to Solus's musings, he seems to have been under the impression that Trak was a easily manipulated and desperate fool. That this little gambit of his to try and earn more prestige among his class, among his tier of people, would not have worked out well. The various races that they were bringing to him, not native to Mistella, would have raised eyebrows and drawn questions, and he might have been able to hide it for a time, but he eventually would have been found out. The Mikiasans are nothing if not thorough, Solus notes. A little deeper in, sort of sifting through some more notes, you find, finally, a mention of the name Forgal. The note is discussing that the encounter had been by pure chance, that Solus had been on another operation, and that he's giving thanks that he was able to find someone so knowledgeable, that Forgal was a godsend to his work and to this entire operation, making things so much easier. And finally it caps off with him saying, when all of this is done, if he's still there in the tier lines, I may need to go and tell him thank you, and see what else that man has to teach.
The what lines?
Tier lines.
You
Kind
can,
of,
you can make a lore general check if you want to see if you know anything about that.
if Rosa comes over, oh, did you find something?
Might have. Just make sure. Tier, like, lines?
As in, like, crying, yeah, tier lines.
Tier lines.
Hey, you ever heard of the tier lines, Rosa?
Lore general check, Rosa. Roll it.
Yep, I have Lord General, so... It's 4 and a 2. 6, 7. I'm going to add a d6, so I know
All
this.
right.
Perfect. So 4, 2, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
13. So, you've heard of the tier lines before, but only in vague mentioning. It is a region of wetland in the north of Volia, sort of pressed up against the southern slopes of Ixion's spine, named as such for the two large rivers that sort of filter down from the mountain range and towards I believe it's towards Lake Melody in the heart of that kingdom, sort of framing and containing the marshland between them, like tear streaks when someone's been crying. That sort of join up halfway to the lake, like tears meeting up at the bottom of one's chin before dripping off.
It's a place in Volia, near the Ixion's spine. I could put it out on a map, but you think this Forgol guy lives there or wanders there?
Between Volia and the Ixion spine? I don't know anybody who'd want to live all the way out there.
Crazy, undead, slightly dark mage who doesn't like people and kills murders for a living and creates mind control bracelets.
Guess. No one really goes out that way.
Still, other things we should probably do first, but if we're out that way, I don't think he'll be very forthcoming, but I think I have some things I want to ask him or find out about him. Maybe Panaro will know in Monomo. We did say we might go there.
Maybe. If this guy is as powerful a wizard as we know about,
I just
I
need
should
to.
have more magical information.
Dude, I did that thing back there where I made it all reflecting. I didn't know I could do that. God. But I don't
Yeah, I
know.
didn't know I could spit shadow out of my mouth. It's still,
I guess when we're all on the verge of death and getting our butts kicked, things happen.
yeah.
But
I'm gonna lower teeth in my mouth.
that was kind of like Shadow, so you went a bit all Dark Knight there. I'm more tempted to sit restaurant, but point is, I need to. I want to know what he was doing in Vitea, and I want to know why I know this guy. Not from a book, but I know him. Like, it's almost like I've encountered him, but I don't remember encountering him. And you know where I'm getting at with that? Not
Yeah, I get you.
I am sorry, Rosa, that I did a lot of damage when I got mad and you couldn't get the answers you wanted. You probably could have.
I mean, I was the one who kind of finished him off by chopping off his head with my bow and email. Sorry, I need to. I'm good. I have nothing left to throw up. I'm good, I think. Oh no.
He wasn't going to tell us anything. If he was willing to burn his hostages, he would have probably just took his own life before telling us anything.
Exactly. He was stubborn to the end.
I feel like whatever happened with Forgol, I mean, Grandma Pinar has to know, right? Because, she's. Aurelia Blackstorm is her daughter, and that's my great grandmother, so she would have been all up in that.
Perhaps.
I mean, it's a basic conclusion based on all the evidence provided, so,
That may be so, Rosa, but a word of advice. Don't get yourself worked up. Not now, at least.
I also just really want to meet her. And this aunt that causes explosions. She sounds interesting.
Well, she's that, if anything.
For now,
we're getting out of here. We're going to find us a nice hot bath. And
please.
just
Because I'm still feeling like barely held together here, so if there's nothing else, no horrible monster that needs killing or running away from, can we leave?
I second that. Although, is there private baths?
But
Where we're planning of going? After all, I'm not certainly going to carry around with the stench of death
There's
and who knows what else.
I mean, there are like, I mean, some in rooms, like the in room I tried to bath Aeon in had like normal baths, but I'm talking about like a spa that has pedicures and doing with your hair and then a proper bathhouse. You know, girly things.
I just
I-
wanna be with Sandra right now.
Yeah.
I'm
Cassandra just kind of pulls Aeon in.
Kanara's just
I'm
looking
right
at.
here.
Oh.
Kanara's just looking at confusion at Rosa with that.
I'm going to teach you all about spas and pedicures and mud baths and real baths. Little bit of cucumber in the eyes. We're gonna have so much fun.
Why would you put food on your eyes?
I don't know. It kind of adds the aesthetic, I think. Anyway.
All
I
right.
just stick with a simple bathe.
I'm up for the bath too. Anybody touches my hands or my feet, and they're most likely going to get kicked.
What about me?
Like Sippy.
Gee.
So the last time I let you touch my feet, I almost passed out with laughing because you wouldn't stop tickling me.
I promise as long as we can relax. I just wanna be with you.
We're gonna find us a nice warm bath to just soak and relax. No washing, no shampooing the Moogle, just relaxing.
Maybe a bit of shopping, supplies replenishment. We need to fix your glow wand.
I got a new one.
It's
That's not a wand.
big for you.
However, I may be able to help with that.
Later, for now, let's just go. So, Cassandra, glorious leader who... let's just go. I don't even have the strength left to do the whole obsessive thing. Let's just go.
All right, so as you all gather up your things, shake off the exhaustion and the stress and the trauma of the day, I'm going to go ahead and just reveal the rest of the map because we are done here.
Whoa.
So you can have a look at that at your leisure, but otherwise, we are going to go ahead and call it there for the day.
Oh,
So, everyone is level 3 now,
yeah.
Yay!
so we can handle that
Awesome.
probably starting tomorrow, but as it is 6:30. We have been going for a while.
I am exhausted in all the ways.
In all the ways.
But yeah, that was good. First chapter end boss defeated. So,
You scared me there for a second when you said, "Oh, you should go explore the rest of this place," because I thought you were going to pull a deviant.
We were not in a shape to fight another boss. We were fucked up.
Do
indeed.
you remember Deviant Corp, Tom?
I was more just concerned about, Solus being the Saranum situation. We go into the basement and find a horrific demon.
I was more concerned about beating him and then keep going, and we run into somebody else, and we're not ready to fight and get our asses handed to us.
Well, at any rate, that'll do us for now. So thank you all, ladies and gentlemen, so much for tuning in to this session of Final Fantasy Chronicles of Eno. We will see you next time. Until then, keep listening, people. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye,
I
everyone.
kill people now.
You do.
Kill people.
And three of us went down.
Indeed.